Hi there folks, welcome to RRTV's live coverage of the Australian Online Supercar Championship. Sorry we're running a little bit late, but we've had a few technical difficulties tonight and hopefully we've got those behind us. But we're here for the Watkins Glen 650 tonight. It's going to be a 4-hour endurance. It could go time certain, we have seen that happen before, or it could run till the end of the laps. But before we get into it folks, let's give a big welcome to Bailey Hall. Welcome Bailey, we made it mate.
Yeah, thanks Bernie, it's great to be back at another round here, Watkins Glen as you said, and geez, it's been a busy night for us with technical difficulties all night pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much, but I'm just going to bring up the track map in a moment folks and have a quick look at this. We've got 5 minutes of qualifying to go and then we're going straight to the green light.
Yeah, it should be a interesting one with a lot of quick guys out there at the moment qualifying. It's very interesting out there, Bernie.
Yeah, it certainly is. If we look at the top 10 at the moment, I better give us some sound as well. Evolution Racing Team, the number one car, is on provisional pole, 0.003 of a second in front of Evolution Racing Team 227. Then we've got Laser Racing sitting in third at the moment, 1/10 behind. And then in fourth, Synergy Sim Racing 1, 0.3 behind pole. And rounding out your top 5 at the moment is Race on Oz, the number 91. And they're very close with Synergy Sim Racing in fourth.
Yeah, very, very close laps with just over 2,000 for the second. Sam's definitely done a good job and Brenton up there also. They're going to show some fast laps and hopefully put in some consistent laps tonight to show some great racing.
Definitely, and we can see quite a bit of carnage going on out there at the moment as we see one of the Simworks cars nearly hit the wall. And I tell you what, the guys are definitely pushing it tonight, and we've seen a few cars into the wall heavily earlier on.
Yeah, in practice and they're on in qualifying, you saw a few guys get taken out from crashes because it's such a tight track, Watkins Glen, that when a carnage does happen, it can take 3-4 cars out at once and even more at times.
Yeah, exactly right, and we've seen a few seasons back a massive crash in Watkins Glen going up through the S's for the first time in the V8 supercars, and hopefully we won't see that again tonight as we just see the Pagnian car come together with the Simworks car, but they continue on. Having a look at how this race is going to pan out tonight folks. Oh, and they continue up the back straight. There's a lot of heat going on out there at the moment. Temperatures are up a bit. So,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, let's have a look at the Watkins Glen 650. 119 laps tonight, or they can go 4 hours time certain. The incident limit is 35/100. So I'm not sure what that means, and I think what it means, Bailey, is when they hit 35 they get a penalty and a maximum of 100 incident points. Is that about right?
Yeah, so as we've seen in other weeks, it's going a crucial part in the race. 35 incidents and they get a 30-second pit lane penalty / hold, which is kind of like a drive-through penalty, and then 100 obviously they get removed from the race. It's like a black flag.
Yep, so we'll keep a close eye on that. The other one is driver fair share tonight. The main driver 77 laps, and the second driver has to do a minimum of 42 laps tonight. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. The other thing, Bailey, is, as always on these long races, is a safety car. I think we get 2 random safety cars, possibly 3, throughout this event, and that always puts the foxes amongst the chickens, so to speak.
Yeah, players and people get strategies throughout the races. Most of them work backwards on their fuel strategy and go, we need X amount of fuel for each stop, and that will get us there. But the yellows, the random safety cars, Bernie, will definitely show a twist as they have in the previous rounds. Yeah,
they certainly will, and we've seen it go against teams, we've seen it go with teams, and it definitely adds a new dimension to V8 Supercar racing, that's for sure. Now, if we have a quick look at our track guide, folks, we're running on the Watkins Glen International boot layout, very well suited for the V8 Supercars. Total turns tonight 12, track length is about 5 kilometres, and wind speed out there is 14 kilometres an hour. It's mostly cloudy, track temp 31 degrees, and the air temp is 25 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, not the hottest track we've seen out there, but it's definitely going to be, it's a medium temperature track tonight, so a lot of people are used to these temps, and this is probably the temps everyone has been practicing on, so you'll definitely see the best out of drivers tonight. Bernie?
Oh, we definitely will, and we've also got one of our drivers, David Baxter, for Redback Racing. He's down in our in-car interview room, and we hope to be crossing to him under safety car conditions and see how their race is going.
Yeah, that's a new feature coming to RRTV, and it's a great new feature, and we're thankful for David for getting on board and helping us out. Get the in-car commentary on the yellows and see what they're thinking at the time.
Yeah, exactly right, and it can definitely make for entertaining viewing, depending on how their race is going. Currently, David Baxter's qualified 9th. He did offer Bailey that we could cross to him while he's racing, but I don't have the stomach for that. We'll do it under safety car, but we'll see how they improve as we are now at the end of our qualifying.
Yep, so another 2 minutes 35 to go, so if you're just crossing the finish line now, you probably get one more lap and your last chance to get it into the top 10 as you could call it.
Yeah, and the other thing, folks, we can see the Laser Racing entry out there with a beautiful paint job again tonight. The interesting thing with these Enduros is generally 2 teams that are extremely strong, Bailey, and that's the Evolution Racing team, they're no longer called Evolution Racing Australia, and Synergy Sim Racing. Both of those teams, they normally, as the race progresses, they find themselves up the pointy end again.
Yes, and Laser Racing has shown their dominance over the last few rounds. They've been up there quite a fair bit with Brian Brogan on the car at the moment.
Yeah, and he's coming through now to complete his final flying lap. He's currently sitting in 3rd. His best time was a 1:49.166. He's got to beat a 1:48.800 as he comes to the line now. We'll see how he goes. Has he improved? No, he did a 1:49.704, so he's still sitting in 3rd position.
That's still a quick lap, considering that's probably... It's quicker than more than half the field, that lap there, so he's done a quick lap there, and he'll be getting ready and getting this car ready for, the main race tonight.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the cars are now backing out of their hot laps, so let's have a look at the grid as it stands, and we'll go through it. I think we've got a total of about 30 starters here tonight. So looking at our our grid at the moment, Evolution Racing Australia Team 1 will start out of pole position, followed by their sister car, Evolution Racing Team, the number 227. Out of 3rd tonight, Laser Racing 3, then Synergy Sim Racing 1 will start out of 4th position. I've got new buttons here. Out of 5th is Performance Motorsports Chassis 4. Starting out of 6th tonight, Race on Oz number 91, followed by Laser Racing 2 in 7th, Progression Racing Australia number 1 out of 8th, out of 9th, PFR Team GTI, and your top 10 is Redback Racing 031.
Out of 11th tonight, you'll see Stealth Sim Sport 1, and out of 12th on their outside will be Stealth Sim Sport 2. Out of 13th is Performance Motorsport Chassis number 1, and out of 14th would be Evolution Racing Team 026. Out of 15th tonight will be the KRF Motorsports number 323, and number 16 will be PFR Team Kyani number 2. Out of 17th will be Stealth Sim Sport 3, and out of 18th will be Zuva Racing. Out of 19th will be Synergy Sim Racing 3, and rounding out your top 20 will be SDC Motorsports 028.
In out of 21st will be Redback Racing 032, followed by Stealth Sim Sport 5 out of 22nd. High Tech Racing, the HTR 1, will start out of 23rd. 24th, SDC Motorsports DHM. 25th, Redback Racing Team, the number 149. Out of 26th, Performance Motorsport Chassis, followed by Stealth Sim Sport 4 out of 27th. RPR V8 will start out of 28th. Out of 29th, KRF MP Custom Motorsports, and then starting out of 30th will be Stealth Sim Sport 6, and that rounds out your total field here at Watkins Glen. So keep an eye on them, Bailey. Into turn 1 could be interesting, but hold your breath as they come up through those S's for the first time tonight.
Yeah, it'll be everyone holding on for their dear life and keeping that car straight through the first few laps, with a goal of all 30 drivers here, or 60 drivers here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, isn't it? I'm just getting all our overlays set up, folks, so we can call this race and see how it all pans out here. So you can see Stuart Vaughan at the moment. He's starting the race with Sam Blacklock. That's your top two. So we're under starters orders now, folks. Revs will be rising and we'll be racing. As we can see, the green light now. And hopefully, Bailey, they're going to get through this first corner, but they're 3 wide already. And it's looking very tight.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the back of the field. They went 4 wide at one point. They backed out, luckily, because we didn't see that work last. Was it last week or the week before? I can't exactly remember when they went 4 wide on the restart, but it looks like Luke Harvey's got out in front.
Yeah, it's looking like a pretty clean start here, doesn't it, as we can see them streaming past for the first time. So we've got Luke Harvey at the moment leading Brenton Hobson as they come through the chicane. Oh, and we've got one of the Pagnian cars almost going around in the background there. Not sure who that was. Michael Cracknell in 3rd. Philip Piggott is sitting in 4th, and Forzan El Nabi, he's currently sitting in 5th position.
Yeah, just let you know, coming through the end of the race on Oz, number 91 got upside down in the wall, and it looks like that could be his start of the race over. Yeah,
and that was Sam Blacklock. So we're having a... Oh, yeah, he got caught up before they even got to the chicane, and he was lucky he didn't clean more cars up, but I tell you what, he'll be a bit sore after that. He probably rolled it about 7 times.
Yeah, and then you just saw a Pagnian car just go around. I did with about 3 others on a Redback Racing car. I'm not 100% sure who was involved, but they've gone, and that was a bit of damage back in the field a bit further on.
Yeah, so it's all happening. I think that might have been David Baxter, the driver we were going to cross to. We'll have a look at this. I have a feeling his race isn't going to plan.
Nah, it doesn't look like his race is going to plan at the moment. It's starting to single out now, so they're not going 2-3 wide anymore, Bernie, which is looking alright. So they should be able to straighten themselves out and get a few lap times, a few laps down now, and get them under the book.
Yeah, we're just having a look at the... Oh yeah, there was a lot of net code there with the Pagnian car, but having a look at that incident back on the race on Oz, it looks like he might have come together with Forzan El Nabi, who's currently sitting in 4th position, and that's Performance Motorsports Chassis. So looking at the moment, we've got Brenton Hobson leading Michael Cracknell for 1st and 2nd. They're starting to get a bit of a gap now. It was 1.4 seconds back to Phil Piggott, who's defending against Forzan El Nabi, and then Sean Thompson, he's had a really good start as well.
Yeah, just saw him get up to 6 as Forzan El Nabi goes in the 4th, passing Phil, the laser racing. He's got Piggott in the car at the moment.
We're just looking at the back of Phil Piggott's here. As you can see, Sean Thompson now looking really racy in the PFR GTI entry. And yeah, I'll tell you what, Sean's becoming quite a strong contender in the V8 Supercars, isn't he?
Yeah, he's showing his dominance over the last few rounds when he keeps it straight, as he looks like he's going to go up on the inside of the laser racing car. Can he stick it?
Yeah, he certainly can, and that's another position. And I tell you what, these guys, they have been celebrating a lot of success in this series. We've met just about all of them now through their shoeies on Facebook, and they seem like a really nice bunch of blokes.
They've got a new tradition going, it seems like. Every time they crash, they have a shoey.
Yeah, pretty much. And we're just having a look now, riding with Jason Bence as he goes on the inside of Phil Piggott there to take that position, and that'll move Jason up to 6th position.
Sim Sport 1, Pete Sattler moved up from the 9th position, passing David Baxter. So he's still out there, David. Lucky to see him. He's rounding out your top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, he's sitting in 10th. He came together with Jaden Borg, who's just behind him, and it looks like they had quite a bit of net code. We see that quite a lot in the V8 supercars, where they just, within a foot of each other, and the collision boxes will go off. And we saw that again tonight, but fortunately Jaden managed to hang on to that Pagnian racing entry.
It's always good when you see a driver when their net code happens and they continue on racing, Bernie. It just feels a bit better than you watching like I can't even remember, it's been a big day. The last turn in turn 1, 2 cars accidentally got taken out by net code and ended the race.
Yeah, it's great when they do these massive saves. Now we're under safety car. Bailey, lap 2 here, and I'm not sure if this is a random safety car or not, but it's a very early one, if it is.
Yeah, I'd definitely say, Bernie, this one will be an incident safety car. You've seen a fair few cars being taken out, so the race control, the race marshals tonight have decided that they're going to pull out the flag, get these cars back on track so they can keep racing.
Yeah, we're just having a look at Arjun here. He did have an off track. I'm just going back, trying to work out what has caused the safety car to come out, but I can't really see what's caused that at the moment. So you can see the cars now slowing under safety car conditions here at Watkins Glen tonight, folks. Rest assured, safety car in this series does not stay out long, does it, Bailey? Generally about 3 laps.
Yeah, so that's... Oops, sorry. I've just been informed by Race Control. This is a incident race control. So all the cars we got causing damage on lap 1, they're going to be able to catch up and possibly get their lap back from the damage.
Yeah, and this is basically, from what I understand with this series, is if cars come together in the first couple of laps and they've had damage, they'll generally bring that safety car out within 2 laps. Lap 2, lap 3, they'll bring it in just to allow those guys to recover, and that was probably due to the number 91 rollover, I'd say.
Yeah, most likely that number 91 caused that one in the S's on lap number 1. That was a huge one that we saw on the replay. Bernie?
Yeah, it certainly was, and they will be very glad that they might be able to recover a bit with that car, because that car was absolutely trashed. And generally though, folks, with safety car, they'll come through the first time the pit lane's generally closed. The second time through they can pit, but the third time through we'll be back to racing.
And that's what I love about the safety car. It's not iRacing, it doesn't go for long. Those cars get in, out, and we keep racing, and that's what we love to see. Green flag racing and cars out on track racing each other. 4 positions all the way to the check flag.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's what it's all about. Friday night V8 supercars, I tell you what, it can't get much better than that. And hopefully, folks, it's going to be a nail biter. But if we look at your top 10 as we're under safety car conditions, let's have a look. So at the moment, Evolution Racing Team is leading. That's Synergy Sim Racing 1's moved up to 3rd, pushing the ERT 227 down to third position. Performance Motorsport Chassis sitting in fourth. PFR Team GTI in fifth at the moment and working their way forward. Laser Racing 2 in sixth with their sister car Laser Racing 3 in seventh. As we can see, all the guys in the background there pretending to do the old NASCAR dive to the pits bluff. Progression Racing Australia number 1 is sitting in 8th. Stealth Simsport 1 in 9th, and rounding out your top 10 is Redback Racing 031, and that's a car that has David Baxter in there.
Yeah, he was holding on quite nicely at the end there, Bernie, trying to keep up with Peter Statler. I was had a quick check over those two, how they're going. They were having a nice little battle there, which was awesome to see.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of battles all through the fields. Now, the race on Oz 91, they have actually lost a lap due to that first lap incident.
Yeah, they received the wave round, but because the safety car didn't come out till lap 3, they were possibly down a lap, and they would have had to get a tow. I'm sure that car wouldn't have made it back around to the pit. So that will put them still a lap down, but if they're the only car, or they're the first car on a lap down, when the next safety car comes out, they'll get another wave round, and that could possibly put them in the back of the line of the lap.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? Now they've got the very long game, as you've said, of playing the old safety car game, trying to get back on the lead lap. You know, one good thing, if anything good comes out of this though, is having a big crash on lap 1. You've got the next 4 hours to recover from it, so they've got plenty of time to get that car back on the lead lap, and we'll be going racing very shortly because the safety car lights are out. So we would have thought we would have had one more safety car to go, but maybe we're just going straight back to green.
That will be great tonight. If it's only a 2-lap safety car, well, I guess because the track's so long, Bernie, 5.42 kilometres, but they must think, alright, so they've got enough time going to the pit to come out.
Yeah, so generally when they go through the first time, the pit lane's closed though, so, but I guess, you know, only lap 2, maybe 3, I don't think many would be diving for the safety car this early anyway. Although last time we saw this sort of thing, there were a few takers, weren't there?
Yeah, there's quite a few takers, and the ones that did take it unfortunately didn't seem Steve himself. Supercar did make top 20 of the last Enduro. So obviously people have a look back at that and go where did we go wrong, and they could have noticed this one and have the problem.
Yeah, and we're on the roof cam at the moment of Brenton Hobson for Synergy Sim Racing. He's right behind our race leader Luke Harvey for Logitech. So as I said earlier, the two big teams that always rise to the top are back in the top 2 already.
Yeah, and this is going to be an awesome battle off the restart as the safety car goes in.
In the under green now, Luke backed him up a little bit, but he's allowed to do that, leading him through. But a nice clean start here. Logitech's leading, and then we've got Michael Cracknell in a beautifully turned out Ford, and then Fozan Nabi, Sean Thompson, and another nice clean start here at Watkins Glen.
There were a few cars go right there in the first turn, but they all got very clean. No carnage and no bumping there, which is great to see. And I still admit, Bernie, that safety car coming in the back of the camera, I thought that was the car going into the infield fence. I got a bit scared.
Yeah. As we're riding now on the roof cam of David Baxter here for Redback Racing, and you can just see how much they've got to nurse these cars through that chicane.
Yeah, you got to slow that car right down and then get as much speed out of it as possible to get around the right-hander and onto the straight, because it is the boot configuration of the track.
Yeah, we can see now one of the KRF cars just took him on the inside. We'll see if he gets back on the inside. He doesn't, so he's gone down another position. That's down to 11th.
And he's got the Pagnian car right on his cracker, looking to get past as soon as possible, as he'll get that position back on the KRF through hitting the grass, Bernie.
Yeah, and that is Jaden Borg. So these two are at it again as Jaden throws it up the inside and lifts two wheels. They didn't touch, but we have seen these two have that collision box net code thing happen lap 1. So I reckon they'd both be holding their breath at this stage.
David gets back in front, which is good to see. He's shown his dominance so far, and he's saying to Jaden, I'm not afraid to fight back that position. He's not conceded this early in the race.
Yeah, that's right, and we can see just behind them is Pete Sattler sitting in 12th position and trying to move forward. But at the moment, Luke Harvey, Brenton Hobson out front, they're starting to get a gap back to Mick Cracknell. It was 1.1. Oh, we've got Sean Thompson into the wall.
Oh, I should have knocked on wood. That was my fault.
Yeah, he's keeping it off the track, but he's definitely hit that wall hard. We saw in the background, and we'll catch a look at this replay now, folks. So you can see he's just got it out wide there. I'm not sure if he had a bit of a touch, but you can see he's gone heavily into that wall, a lot of damage, and he's just done the old speedway, keeping it off the track as he pretty much just runs it up the back straight. Tell you what, he was really lucky that he didn't roll, but you can see his presence of mind. He just made sure that car stayed on the wall all the way around so that the rest of the field didn't clean him up.
Yeah, it was great driving by him there to get that one off the wall. Obviously not put it into the wall, but getting it off the wall, not causing any collisions with anyone else to cause their night to end, which was great sportsmanship by Sean there. But again, unfortunate to him, and probably should have knocked on wood when I said they crashed a fair bit.
Yeah, I just heard you knocking on that wood. He's just nursing the car around, and I guess he'll be using a fast repair, but that car's crabbing pretty badly.
Yeah, he'll be limping that one home, hoping not to blow up the motor. In turn 1, someone went wide there. That's a that's a PRA car by the looks of it.
See up front now, Brendan Hobson, Luke Harvey. Brenton snatches the lead and brings Synergy Sim Racing up to first. Forzan El Nabi, he's right on their hammer too, and having a look on the inside of Luke, and he thinks twice of it.
He looked like he was going to have a crack at it, then quickly switch over the camera, but Forzan is having a bit of electrical issues, well, internet issues, we call it electrical issues here in the sim racing, and he seems to be tapping in and out of the camera at the moment.
Yeah, it always gets a bit worrying when you see cars sort of tapping in and out with the net code. But also see Jason Bentz and Mick Cracknell are still going at it, and that's for 4th and 5th position.
Yeah, they're having a good battle on their own as the laser Jason Bentz, he's pushed himself up very far so far, and he's had a wonderful race so far. If he keeps out of trouble, he's definitely a top 3 contender tonight. Along with pretty much everyone in the top 10, I can see them hitting the top podium if they can hold on.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the secret, isn't it, of these enduros, is staying out of trouble and just hanging on till the end. At the moment, a bit of an update on Sean Thompson, folks. He's had that car quick repaired. He's still on the lead lap. So last time through was about 38 seconds. So, you know, it's good they've kept that car on the lead lap. If he had pulled it over and towed it, though, it probably would have been a different story.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have been down a few laps. Cars usually take about 2 to 3 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bernie.
Yeah, it does take a couple of minutes as we're riding with Forzan now. He has a look again and tucks back in. He's got a good run out of the S's. He's really fast through here into the carousel, but he's got nowhere to go there.
Yeah, Luke Harvey's just holding that inside line, definitely not wanting to let him by. Forsen was thinking about, and he looks like he's going to have a crack inside.
Tell you what, it's close, and I don't know how those two didn't run pedals, but I reckon Luke, his eyes would have been as wide as a saucer about now.
Yeah, he'll be just holding on to that position, and I'll admit if it was me in that position, Bernie, I'd let him by and let him keep going and get that position back later in the race. It's very early, lap 9 of the race, so we've still got another 110 laps to go, so you can definitely get that position back later on in the race.
Oh, exactly right. There's no point fighting for sheep stations this early in the race, but they're starting to spread out a bit. If we look at Mick Cracknell and back to Gene Fittis in the PRA1 entry, he's down now around about 3 seconds from Mick Cracknell, and then we see the big snake of cars going through with David Baxter up to 8th, Jaden Borg 10th, then we've got Michael Talenjic in 11th, Brendan Jackson in 12th, and then who we got, Daniel Ackland, Stuart Vaughan, and the train just continues all the way up the front straight.
Yeah, I'm just getting a nice shot of all the train coming through then, and that looked awesome.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting, isn't it, because the train's broken up to about 6 or 7 cars in each group, and we've got 3 distinct groups at the moment.
Not sure what happened then, but Luke Harvey gave up the second position to Falls Al Nabi, and that could be the strategy for them, letting Falls go battle Brent for a bit and hoping something happens to them too. Obviously, you don't want anything to happen, but see if they can battle out and then he gets a sneaky maneuver on a pass, or happens to get to the pass on him.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that ERT are good at, is their strategies, and I'd say their team manager might have been looking at that and made the same call as you, saying let him through. We don't need this sort of problem on our hands this early in the race, and they're just now going to play the strategy game. As we can see, Forsen now pressuring Brenton Hobson again on the inside. We'll see if Synergy Sim Racing lets Forsen go as well.
Showing his speed for sure as Brenton's on the inside there. He'll see if he can hold on to the position, which he does. But Forsen might get the run out of this corner. Yeah,
and this is the risk, isn't it? If they're battling too hard, the last thing Brenton wants, or even a Luke, is coming together this early in the race.
Yeah, you can see Forsen is very impatient at the moment and really want to get by him and get as much ground, I'm sure, as possibly for the next yellow, and see if he can get into the pit lane possibly early. But we'll see what happens later on in the race. The first 5 are pretty much split away from the backpack now, as Mick Cracknell is following about a second behind the front pack.
I just saw Jason Bentz there clip the wall coming up through the S's. There was sparks flying off it. He did have damage to that left fender, but the magic of iRacing has fixed it.
The magnet is back burning.
Yeah, that's right. The old magnet's pulling the panels back on. So it's interesting, the top 4 now have dropped into 2 battle packs of 2 each, and Forsen still trying to get past Brenton Hobson. Jason Bentz is now battling with Luke Harvey, and then Mick Cracknell, well, he's out on his Pat Malone there, about 1 second down the track.
Yeah, he'll hang in now and he'll just hope he hits that car straight, which he will, I'm sure. Mick Cracknell has shown his dominance over the rounds recently. He'll hit that car straight and wait for his time, and he'll strike when he hits it.
Yeah, and it looks like Jason Bentz is also having internet connection dramas going on. He's flashed a few times while we've had the camera on him, so they'll want to iron that out as well. Nothing too serious though.
Yeah, blink every now and again isn't too bad, but when it's continuous for a long blink, it's quite bad, and it scares a lot of the other drivers from not knowing where he is. Yeah,
and I think we've seen Luke Harvey. Was it Luke that had that problem at Bathurst? he was leading and he blinked out for a long time, and then he'd come back and he managed to get away with it, but I don't know how.
Yeah, unfortunately I wasn't down at Bathurst for that round, Bernie, so it'll be on you.
Yeah, well, he was leading at the time and he disappeared for a good, probably a good eighth of the track, and we thought he was gone, and then all of a sudden he appeared down the main straight just in front of the person that was second behind them. As again now we see Forzan El Nabi putting the pressure on the back of Brenton here, and he wants to get through. He just doesn't have a place to get through at the moment.
Yeah, Brenton's doing the exact same thing Luke Harvey was, just chilling, waiting, as Forzan looks like he'll go the inside, the same as he did with Luke Harvey here, and it looks like that's going to stick. And he's got through. He's now in first position for Performance Motorsports.
Yeah, and again you saw there Brenton's not going to fight that hard for that position, but I tell you what, Jason Bentz is now putting the pressure on Luke Harvey, and he wants to get that laser racing moving up through the field as well.
Yeah, Brenton Hobson is having a massive electrical issue right now. He's out for about 10 seconds now, as I'm just on him.
Yeah, he's back. He's back. So, touch wood. But, yeah, that's what I was saying. That happened to Luke a while back, and you always have to hold your breath, don't you, when this happens, because they're running fairly close, and you just don't want him reappearing in the middle of another car.
Yeah, he lost a bit of ground not doing that, but that happening to him, due to the fact that he would have backed off a little bit, just for the sake that he didn't know where, sorry, not Stratty, that's what I found in front of it, Forzan would be. Yeah,
so fortunately he appeared at a nice block of spare track, but this has settled down a bit now, folks, up in the top 5. Let's have a look further back and see if we can find where the action is. Looks like Brendan Jackson and Stuart Vaughan are having a bit of a battle, and Stuart's lost his whole bonnet on that car, so he's had a bit of a coming together with someone.
Yeah. Just losing your bonnet in a V8 supercar, especially around Watkins Glen, can lose a lot of craft coming into the corner, can lose a lot of ground on the straights, which really doesn't help the car. It's unsteady car going around some of your wider turns, Bernie.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I guess, you know, with this car they're just trying to keep it within the pit window so they don't lose too many positions.
Yeah, so just the first pit window will be about lap 13 to lap 26, guys. So it's hit about lap 13 now, so keep in mind that people will pit within the next 13 laps. We've got the first tank of fuel. They are maxed out at 112 litres.
And we're just having a look at the replay here of how Stuart lost his bonnet, and he's coming up on the inside of PRA1, so we'll see if oh yeah, it's the end's just kicked out, but that's not where he lost his bonnet though. So
I have to admit though, there's a great battle going on for second, third, and fourth. Jason Bentz gets by both Brenton Hobson and Luke Harvey, but Brenton battling back on the inside, gets that position back, but Luke Harvey's not looking as strong as he did early on the race, Brenton.
Yeah, and he's got his sister car, Mick Cracknell, there, having a look on the inside. Have a look at Brenton's left front fender. Is it missing on yours, or is this just one of those iRacing waiting for the magnets to suck the panel back on again?
I've got the right front missing.
Yeah, the right front, sorry. I'm getting my lefts and rights mixed up.
Yeah, it could be damage, I'm not quite sure, because he did lose 2 positions. He dropped back to 4, because I missed it in the corner of my eye on my left monitor on the timing screen. So that could be being contacted with someone. I'll have a look back, Lee.
Yeah, see if you can confirm if that's actual damage. To me, I think it is, because it hasn't come back yet. So at the moment, folks, Forza El Nabi has a gap of 2.5 seconds back to Brenton Hobson, which may have panel damage. Jason Bent's now putting the pressure on for Laser Racing, and he can just see Forza running off in the sunset, and he wants to get out there and chase him down.
Oh, it definitely was contact with Luke Harvey on the final turn of the last lap. They got together as Luke went down the inside and Brett come off. Luke come off second best there.
Okay, so that's definite damage, and again, having that sort of panel damage, how vulnerable will that make the car down the straight?
Well, since the whole panel is missing, like iRacing physics, Jason Benz should have a little bit of an advantage here on him, possibly in the turning. Brent might have a bit of trouble turning into the corners, or there could be a bit of steering offset. I'm not 100% sure, but his whole bars should assist him with keeping that car straight.
Yeah, we just saw there Jason rolling out of it a little bit. He's just sitting in there biding his time, and it's a really interesting thing, isn't it, when you see the V8 supercars running and they look like they're going flat out, and they are going pretty quick, but then when you jump into the cockpit, you can just see how much they're just tippy-toeing these cars around the corners.
Yeah, not much grip on the track, as you can see. They're having quite a fair bit of a battle here, but yeah, some of these corners don't have as much grip, Bernie, in it. They'll be getting it around as easy as possible, trying to make sure that back end doesn't slide out on them, and they can lose a easy for the person behind them.
Yeah, and right on cue there while we're riding with Jason Bentz, the car did step out a bit. Could just hear the tyres letting go, and he pulled that back up. And these guys now are settling back into a train. They are fighting, but it's sort of, they're starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm.
Yeah, it's a lot more single file now, which is great to see, but when it comes to racing, they will get the passes down, which is required as a racer.
You can see further down in 14th, 15th, we've got Brenton O'Brien. He's battling it out with Nathan Tregarthen, who's right behind him in the Pagnian entry. And we can see that's Dave Oliver diving into the pits.
That could be a part of the pit window I was talking about just a couple laps ago, Bernie. And he might be one of those early fuels.
Yeah, it could be. There's another one in there as well. And you got the if you've got the pit data up there, you might want to go through it again for the viewers so they know when these pit windows open and close.
So the first pit window so there's 4 stops tonight required, guys, and the first pit window is lap 13 to 26, and the final one will be lap 92 to 105, Bernie.
Okay, so Dave Oliver's now, we're at lap 15, so the window's been open for a couple of laps. He's the first one in. We'll see how the others go. Well, actually, we've had a few. Stephen Varga in the 149, and he has taken his pit stop. 11.3 seconds his stop. Jeff Gauci, 9.7 second stop. Braden Bateman in the 41 did a 9.8 second stop. Greg Hamilton back in 23rd, 11.7. So Dave Oliver did a 25 second stop. So that's quite a big stop.
Yeah, and the SDC Motorsport car did a 34.7 stop. They changed driver now. That's got Simon Pitt under the wheel. See what he can do and see how much ground they can gain back from him jumping in the car now. Yeah,
so Simon Pitt jumps in, and you can see him out there now just coming up to the chicane. He'll be adjusting everything, and the sway bars or any roll bars or whatever he can do on those things, and starting to try to get into a rhythm in that car.
Yeah, so the fuel burn here, just more stuff, guys. Fuel burn tonight's 4.3 litres per lap average, so you can get about 24 to 28 laps out of the tank, depending on how hard you push it.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that as well, because we have seen Ian Ford on a few occasions. He likes to fuel save, that guy, doesn't he? and it has worked for him once, and that was at Oran Park.
Yeah, not sure when it happened. The Jason Benz got by Brenton Hobson. They've lost a lot of ground to Falls and El Navi, which he'll be loving right now. They're having a nice battle between those two, crisscrossing quite a fair bit.
Yeah, that gap was 4.6 seconds back to Forza and El Nabi, as we can see the gap as it stands now with through the cameras.
Yeah, Forza's got over 5 seconds now, so from the time we jumped away to him and the time we jumped back, they've done it. He's done a lot of work in the car, and he's thrown down the quick lap of the race for 1:49.933.
Yeah, and the where they're lapping in at the moment, folks, they're in the low to mid 150s. Forza El Nabi did a 153.12. He's just done a 252. Jason Bentz 157.94. Brenton Hobson 158.12. So they're all in the mid to high 150s.
And Luke Harvey threw down a quick lap of 151.035, so he's on the marching back into the top 3 is what he's going right now.
Yeah, he's dropped back a bit, hasn't he? Because Mick Cracknell's also got past him, and yeah, he'll be trying to march that car forward. He's also got that damage on the left-hand side, and that was from the coming together he had with Brenton Hobson.
Yeah, he'll be waiting to get Ian Ford in that car as soon as possible. He'll have him locked and loaded, ready to get racing.
Yeah, exactly right, and it'll be interesting to see if they throw Ian in the first stop, or if Luke decides to double stint.
I'm sure, like they normally do, Luke will do a double stint. He'd stint out of the way, and then they'll just put Ian in the car like they normally do and let him run it as long as he can. Do their best to try and win the race. Yeah,
they tend to keep things pretty simple, don't they? But saying that, what'll happen, Ian will jump in and your whole theory will have gone out the window in about 3 laps time.
Yeah, everything's gone out the window tonight for me, but yeah, it's been a great night so far. Sitting in here with you, Bernie?
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Bailey, I didn't think we were going to make it tonight, but something aligned, touch wood, and we managed to do it. We did have Daniel, he was going to join us tonight, folks, but he had to get called back into work on some urgent matters there. And then you, Bailey, you had some problems with your new computer, and then me, well, mine started to do an update and crashed iRacing.
Classic state. I swear they do those things every bloody few hours. It seems to happen.
Yeah, those updates, they're great, aren't they? But at the moment, looking at Gene Fitters, David Baxter, David's worked his way back up to 7th position, and he's just trying to reel in Gene Fitters at the moment in the 890.
They're having a great battle there. Daniel's still hanging on to that top 10, as you said. Bernie, he'll be just hanging in there, trying to last as long as he can.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and we can't see his paint job on that car, but I'll have to speak to the teams about that and try and get their paint jobs sent over to us.
Yeah, we do encourage all teams, if you do have a paint you'd love to display, send it over to Bernie. He'll chuck it up there for you guys. Training Paint doesn't work all the time, and when he just locally uploads it himself, it always works, and you guys get your sponsors pretty much published.
Yeah, that's right. And for anyone watching our telecast tonight that are new to iRacing or are not sure how that works, basically a lot of the drivers use a third-party piece of software called Trading Paints. It's a web service. They upload their paints there, and then everyone that runs their app gets the paints downloaded to each of their computers. And that's how that works, but sometimes it doesn't work, so then they send us the paints, and if they're on my computer, you guys see them.
Yeah, which we're very grateful for all the effort you put in, Bernie.
Oh, it's a great way to spend the Friday night, isn't it? But I still don't have that keg of beer next to me. But, you know, we'll get there.
Yeah, for sure. Just checking some dates as well. Sorry. There we go. So, why the race is starting to settle down a little bit, etc. I just want to talk to you, Bernie. All right?
This sounds a bit ominous. Are you going to put me on the spot on live television?
How are you going? Last race meeting, guys. Unfortunately, we didn't get to broadcast it due to Bernie. Unfortunately, got an injury. How are you going?
I'm good at the moment, to be quite honest. That day when we, to be quite honest though, I was flat on my back in a hell of a lot of pain, and it was the first day of my holidays, so I ended up spending the week pretty much laid up. But I'm up and about, I'm walking, the limp's pretty much gone, and going back to the doctors for a CAT scan, that's the next thing.
Yeah, that's great to hear, and obviously we're back here again tonight, so that means Bernie's back alright, so hopefully we can broadcast the rest of the round to the AOSC. As the yellow flag comes out.
Yeah, right on cue, lap 19, and I tell you what, this is going to be interesting because a lot of these guys, as we see Jason Bentz going wide there onto the grass, gathers it up. The top 15 guys all have not pitted yet. The first one to have pitted is Jeff Gauci, sitting in 16th position. So his was a quick stop, so we might see him come in. Stephen Varga right behind him is also pitted, so it's going to be interesting. Bailey, the guys that have pitted, do they come back in or do they go for track position?
So realistically, I would go back in with them and top up with them. Only saying that is because if you do lose so many X amount of laps, you have to pit under green flag racing.
Yeah, and we've seen that before, haven't we, where some of the lower end guys stayed out and they absolutely got eaten alive, as far as once the rest of the field had cleansed itself. They were off kilter, they were just sitting ducks, and it just did not work for them. So it'll be interesting to see if they stay out. The other one, though, is the number 91, Sam Blacklock. He's a lap down. I'm assuming they're going to bring him back in as well, but it'd be mighty tempting, wouldn't it, to try to stay out and get that lap back.
Yeah, Bernie, he, just hearing race control, he has been given a lap through, but he's on an 18.5 lap stint, so he will have to come in to pit. He can't pit, sorry. I'm just reading the rule book. Just from X experience, if you get a path around, or what's it called, a pass through or something, or you get through the field anyway, get there. You cannot pit, though. He'll have to pit under the green once it goes back green flag racing, but he'll get back on the lead lap. So, as I said last time, if he was still the first lap car, he'll get a pass through.
Yeah, and we just saw him get that wave through now, so he's put the foot down, trying to, catch up to the back of this field. All these guys are going to come in and pit anyway, and he'll be back on the train. But as you said, pitting under green, he's got a lead lap back, but for how long? Who knows?
Yeah, and the other unfortunate would be Fulton, he had a massive lead coming into that yellow flag over Benson Hobson. They seemed to be tripping over each other quite a fair bit, and he was able to run away a fair bit, so they'll get the chance to jump back up with him. And I'd also just like to note, so some of the damaged cars might see them come in and they'll get repaired. Tonight they get too fast compared to the Enduro.
Yeah, and we can see now that train, and definitely Luke and Brenton will use that. And right on cue from the blimp, we can see just about, well, all the cars are pretty much coming in for service. No, one stays out, but the rest have come in. So I'm not sure who that Lone Ranger is, but they're joined by Tonto by the looks of it, as two stay out.
Yeah, No, it might be. I'm not 100% sure. I think that might be the 91, isn't it? That saved out with the 0 to 6.
It was Greg Hamilton for KRFMP Custom Motorsports stayed out, and so did Brenton O'Brien for Evolution Racing Team. So they stayed out. Laser Racing with Phil Piggott also stayed out. All these guys have already pitted, so they've decided they're going to go for track position.
Yeah, I think Greg will hit next time. He's on a 20 laps into at the moment. But Brenton O'Brien's done himself well. He's got only about 2 laps into his stint. So he's full of fuel and he's up the front. So he's definitely going to be contender this green flag.
We can see now Sam Blacklock, he's done his lap. Let's see if he throws this into the pits. He does. So he's now done his lap. He can now pit that car, which is great. Still under safety car. And I'd say this will be a pretty quick stop so that he can try to get back onto the back of the field before we go racing.
Yeah, the lights are out on the safety car, so we are going green. So it's 1 lap, catch up pretty much, and then they go into the pit, and then 1 lap, and they're back green flag racing.
Yeah, so if anything with Sam Blacklock there, he's got that lap back. He probably won't catch him before the green flag drops, but he should have a big enough gap to stay on that lap. I think if he hadn't have pitted now and he had it done under green, he would have been in trouble again.
Alright, I'm just going to let you guys know we're under 100 laps to go.
Yes, 119. Yeah, that's right. 119 laps here tonight, folks, all 4 hours time certain. We have seen these races go for the 4 hours. It doesn't have that feel tonight to it though. It feels like we might actually get the 119 laps in.
Yeah, we're almost an hour down, so we're 48 minutes into the race, and we've got 2 safety cars that we're 22 laps in. We're about 6 of the way there. Is that right? My math correct? Close enough. So I do think it's possible to go to 119 laps, Bernie.
Yeah, I think we're going to do it. I've got the feeling, that feeling in my bones. The old bones are telling me that we're going to do the 119 laps.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. They're getting ready to go green.
Yeah, they certainly are, and Greg Hamilton, folks, will lead them away here. And Brenton O'Brien, Philip Piggott right behind him. Keep an eye on Brenton. I reckon he's going to want to get up front, but he's swamped at the moment by Phil Piggott at the start. And here we go again. 3 wide coming into turn 1. And hold your breath, 4 wide further back there. That's Ryan O'Sullivan, just cleans up. Stuart Vaughan, Simon Pitt involved. Luke Harvey was also one of the ones going 4 wide. And 2 wide now up through the S's for the first time. See now Aaron Lee's jumped into the 31 and David Baxter's out. So that's the Redback Racing Team. They're back to 10th. We've got one of the cars out there still with the bonnet missing, and that's the KRF West End Mazda Motorsports entry. So even though that car's come into pit, they did not use a fast repair on it. And we've got a car into the wall there. I think that's Forza Nalnabi. It is Forza Nalnabi. So we'll have a look at what's happened here. And if any other cars are involved. He was our race leader up until the pit stops. He's having a look on the inside of the MPMS entry, but no contact there. Yeah, I think he's pretty much done that all to himself. As he gathers it up, he's just hit the wall pretty heavily, and that's probably going to potentially bend steering. And you don't want to see that this early in the race. As you can see now, he's down in 10th position. It looks like the car's still tracking pretty straight there, and we'll see if he can start moving forwards again. So we see the whole field streak through. One of the Pagnian cars in the background there diving to the pits, potentially with damage. We're having a look at the moment. Sean Thompson, after his heavy carnage, he's sitting back in 17th position, and he's battling it out with Stephen Varga in the 149. Right behind them is Stephen Varga. Who was that? Fell Sean Thompson into the fence again, and a massive crash here at Watkins Glen. It's taken out about 4 cars. This is definitely going to bring out a safety car, and it's all come undone here now. Hashtag Sean's fault, folks. So we're having a look at the replay. See 2 wide here, and yeah, Sean just had nowhere to go there and into the wall heavily, and that's just started a chain reaction as he's losing it, and just let the pictures speak for themselves. So yeah, he was lucky he didn't flip it, but there was nowhere that that Synergy Sim Racing car had to go, and he's cleaned up one of the laser racing entries, and the KRF West End that's already got the front missing, he manages to avoid him, but it's blowing up the motor of that laser racing entry. So you can see now Sean just bringing that car around to get service. I'm trying to find out. The laser racing entry was Michael Hammond in the 100. He's limping that car through to get it repaired, and it's claimed quite a few of the big names at the moment. Well, the car's up the back of the field anyway, so it looks like a Michael Hammond's involved. Sean Thompson. Sam Blacklock has managed to avoid all the carnage, and who else is involved? That's mainly the main 2 there. Tony Gaffer missing, his rear end is continuing on, but looking up front, folks, we have leading Ryan and O'Sullivan. Luke Harvey is 1-2. They've got a gap of 1.6 seconds back to Greg Hamilton and Phil Piggott, who are battling it out. Then we've got Brenton O'Brien sitting in 5th. And then right behind him we've got Forzanel Narby and Gene Fittis going at it, and it's definitely heating up now, and Aaron Lee's found himself up into 8th position. So it looks like we've also lost, trying to find the number 88. This was the car Brenton Hobson was driving with Todd Park, so they were involved in that incident, and looks like their race is done. The other one that had to pit was Darryl Hockey, so looks like we might have lost the 88, folks. I'll tell you what, Bailey steps away for a quick break, and all hell breaks loose here at Watkins Glen, as we now see Gene Fittis, Aaron Lee fighting it out. And right behind them is Thomas Hinds. I'll tell you what, folks, Forzen, he's trying left, he's trying right to get past Philip Piggott here in that beautifully presented laser racing entry, and he's just having trouble finding his way through. We saw this car earlier into the fence, and he's trying to gather it up, but I'll tell you what, it's getting very exciting here, and that's for positions 4th, 5th, or 3rd, 4th and 5th. Oh, and we've got... Okay, now... Turn away for a minute, and everything goes... You know what the word? They're probably using some strong words. Let's have a look at this replay, just to see how that unfolded, because I was actually not following the screen. So not sure what happened there. I don't think there was contact, but the 17-27 got into each other, and that is Philip Piggott, and the 27 was Greg Hamilton got involved in that incident, folks. So we should have Bailey back in the next 5 or 10 minutes, folks. So it's just me at the moment. But yeah, it's been pretty messy there. We saw the PFRI car go into the fence very heavily, claiming the 88, and as well as one of the laser racing cars. But to be fair there, folks, Sean did not have many options there as he went too wide into the S's with Stuart Vaughan and run out of road. Actually, Stephen Varga, that was the other car. Looking at your top 5 at the moment, folks, we've got Ryan O'Sullivan in the beautifully presented Logitech entry, leading the way from his sister car, Luke Harvey, in second. Then we've got Forza Nalnabi, he's sitting in third and trying to make inroads. Brenton O'Brien finds himself back up to fourth. Oh, as he gets contact by Gene Fittis there and into the wall again. Just have a look from the back of Brenton O'Brien's here under replay, and we'll just see how Gene has potentially, I'd say, missed his brake marker, to be fair, and run up the back of Brenton here. So unfortunately, Brenton was a bit of a innocent party in all of that, and he finds himself into the wall and dropping positions. He ended up going down a 20th position by the time he gathered that car back up, so he won't be very happy with that. Got a lot of rear end damage, and we'll see if he brings that car into the pits. I think he will, because it's definitely tracking. His tracking is a bit off there. No, he stays out. There you go. Proves me wrong, but that car is definitely crabbing. Either that or I need glasses, but it definitely looks like it's crabbing to me. But meanwhile, up front, the top 4 have now started to spread out. We'll go back through the field. Aaron Lee, he's continuing his battle. He's up to 6th now, and he's right behind Gene Fittis, and he's got Michael Talenjak behind him. Pete Sattler is behind Michael and battling for position as well. So you can see now Pete having a look on the inside. He's nowhere to go there. It's Pete's got a good run here. He's going to have to go the long way around Michael though. So Michael goes defensive. Oh! We'll have a look at this from outside of the car, folks, and just see what happened to Michael there. Looks like he lost the rear, locked it up a bit. So yeah, he gathered it up, so he got out of jail there. And it could have been a lot nastier than what it actually was. So further back we can see now Henry King is battling it out with Stephen Varga here. And he's got the other redback car, Stuart Vaughan, I think it is. Is it Stuart? Let me see. No, sorry, Ian Bird is battling it out with Stuart Vaughan in the other redback car. And then we've got Simon Pitt in the... No, sorry. Oh, man. Stuart Vaughan is battling it out with a 032, and Stuart's the one carrying all that damage for KRF West. So it looks like we've got our first interview here, folks. We'll bring up Brenton Hobson. He was driving in the Synergy Sim Racing 88, very strong earlier on, but we'll just find out exactly what happened here. Hi Brenton, welcome to RRTV's Combox. Bad luck, mate. It looks like the 88 is out of the race.
I was still circulating, but yeah, got the short end of the ugly stick on that one before, up through the S's there, and ended up having to bring it back to pits, lost a lap. So we'll just putt around for now, and we'll see whether or not caution comes a bit later and we can get the lap back. But pretty disappointing. We were near the front, had a pretty good car, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we had a look at that incident on the super slow-mo, and you really didn't have anywhere to go as the PFR car came back across the track.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Todd did his best to try and miss it, but it all happened so quick. There's not really a lot that you can do. You know, he had the option of go to the left or go straight into it, and tried to go around the left, but yeah, get through. So that's how it goes sometimes. Can't be helped. That's racing. But yeah, it's what it is.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw one of the laser racing cars behind you also get caught up in that. I think they blew their motor though, so bad luck to them as well. But as you said, there's nowhere you can go at that part of the track. We have seen massive incidents with the V8s in the past there, because there's pretty much no runoff, is there? It's just like a canyon.
Yeah, well, it's almost like a super fast and half out of control street circuit up through there. These cars are not very settled in that part of the track. You're sort of sliding through there pretty much every single time through. So, you know, it's hard enough just to drive through there as it is. You got walls, you know, lining the side of the road on either side. So there's nowhere to go if it all goes wrong. And because of the way the cars are so unsettled, that seems to be one of the places on the track where things go wrong more often than not. So, yeah, it's sort of one of the things you think about when you come to somewhere like Watkins Glen. Like, it's a characteristic of this track. You always expect a big crash up there at least once in a race. So, unfortunately for us, we were in it.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate because you guys are pretty strong up there the first part of that race, but I won't count you guys out yet though, because you know, Synergy Sim Racing has a habit of bouncing back pretty strongly.
Yeah, as long as the 88 car's still on the track, it's always in with a chance. So we'll see how it all pans out towards the end here, and hopefully we get that lap back. And you know, if we do, then there's probably a good chance we can get back towards the front. Car's pretty quick, so you know, if we can get that lap back, we might actually be with a chance of getting back towards the front.
Yeah, well, I think we've still got one random safety car left, so the chances are you should get that wave around and get back on that lap. The other car is the 085 there, a lap down as well with Matt Clowett, and that's the PFR Team GTI car that you guys got tangled up with.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the rules actually are playing out. There's not normally wave bars, I don't think, in this series, but we've seen a couple already tonight. And then my understanding is that if you stay out under caution and all the cars on the lead lap in front of you pit, you end up at the front of the queue, and then that's when you get a wave around. So if we're going to get that lap back, by my understanding, we need sort of everyone in front of us to pit when the caution comes out. So that'll depend on where we are in the fuel run, and you know, if the guys sort of ahead of us feel like it's time to come in and get some fuel and tyres. But as long as we get a decent way into this run, that's probably going to fall in our favour. But yeah, it's really hard to know. Just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and that's what we saw with the 91091 or the 91 with Sam Blacklock, was he went a lap down after that rollover on lap 1. But fortunately for him, after the wave around, everyone had to pit, so that worked in his favour. So I guess you guys want to see this stint running really deep, and then you want to see a yellow flag come out at the end of it.
Yeah, pretty much. We sort of want to get to beyond halfway through the tank and hope that that's when the caution comes out, because then everyone else will certainly be looking to come down and get some fuel. There's not much point if you're more than halfway through a run and staying out. So that's what we're looking for, and we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, no worries. Well, thanks for popping up and having a chat with us. Best of luck with the rest of the race, and hopefully we'll see you guys bounce back. But before you go, as always, give a shout out to all your sponsors.
Yeah, sure. So thanks to all the usual sponsors for us: CSR Fabrications, Eaton, Speedway Shop, Newlon. I'm not sure what you've got on the broadcast this week, but they're just the usual sponsors. And thanks to you for coming back and doing some more broadcasting. Good to see that you're back up and at it again and feeling a bit better. So big thanks to you as well.
Yeah, no worries. And we've still got the free nuts paint job on this car, so I don't know what's going on there. I updated trading paints again, but it seems to be stuck on that one for you guys.
Yeah, I'll send you through the paint files so you can update it that way.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Anyway, Brenton, thanks for popping in and having a chat. Bad luck, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, mate. We'll see you maybe a bit later.
So I tell you what, Bailey, you step out for a minute and all hell breaks loose. So to catch you up quickly, we had the PFR GTI car go into the wall up at the S's, and it's collected, hasn't collected, he's come back on the track, and unfortunately Synergy Sim Racing, Laser Racing had nowhere to go, and both of those cars now are a lap down.
That'd be Sean's fault.
Yeah, it was #Sean's fault. He's in the green room commentary at the moment, so we can't put too much on him, because no doubt he's kicking himself pretty hard. And to be honest, too wide up through there, he had nowhere to go. And at that part of the S's, the only place you can find if you find yourself offline is generally the fence, and that's what he found.
Yeah, that's what happens quite often, Bernie. A lot of cars come around there with a bit too much speed, etc., and they just drift up on you. And unfortunately, yeah, as you said, he was hit the fence.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. There was a car slowing coming into the carousel, but it doesn't look like it stopped, but he was definitely well off the pace.
Yeah, it looked like he cut through the S's, Bernie, and it was quite slow through there, and I thought the car exiting the S was actually going to hit him if they didn't see him.
Yeah, he was pretty slow, wasn't he? I'm not sure if he got a slowdown or not, but update, folks, on the top 5. We've got Luke Harvey. He's leading at the moment, and followed by Forzen El Nabi, 1.5 seconds down. Forzen also, while you're away, Bailey, went into the wall, but managed to dodge that bullet, and he's continued on. We've also had Brenton O'Brien get rear-ended by Gene Fittis and found the wall as well. So they're continuing on, but this battle at the moment, Luke Harvey, Forzen El Nabi, Ryan O'Sullivan are all in this fight.
Those three all have quite a fair bit of speed in them, but Ryan O'Sullivan isn't putting as quick a pace down as Forzen and Luke is at the moment. They've kind of pushed away. Forzen will be looking to do it all again over Luke and try to find him once again.
Yeah, too wide through here. Yeah, Luke just lets him through. No point fighting for it at this point. But I tell you what, in another 70 laps, I think it'll be a bit of a different story if these two are fighting at that point.
Oh, that definitely will be. They've definitely shown the pace so far tonight, and we're 34 laps in now. But we had a random safety car correct in a safety car.
Yeah, well, we'll see if another one. We still should have one random safety car. Now, folks, if you're wondering what the overlays are saying, Evolution Racing Team, you've seen that right. They were Evolution Racing Australia. They've renamed to Evolution Racing Team, and got a new logo and everything. Looks very, very nice.
I haven't even seen it myself. Didn't even know it happened. Jumped in the race tonight, Bernie. So I'll definitely go check that out in a second when I get a chance.
Yeah, I only found out the other day when Brenton O'Brien sent me their lineup. So Not sure what was behind the name change. Maybe one of the ERT guys can come up and have a chat with us as this race progresses.
Yeah, just had a look at their new logo, and that looks very nice, very nice.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, doesn't it? We'll try and get a close-up for the viewers here. You can see it on the back of the car there, if you've got good eyes, folks.
I can definitely say that I'm not that category.
What, you've got good eyes, or you don't have good eyes?
Oh, mine are medium. I don't think glasses. I'm not the best side. Balls and Nabi gets massive pace at the moment as it comes out of the S's, and still gaining on Luke Harvey now is Sullivan and Luke are now having the battle. Balls then again will be capitalising on the battles from the cars behind him. Trying to make sure he can make up as much ground as possible as quick as possible, and see if they have enough green flags stopped, which is actually possible. He'll be wanting to get as much ground on them, so he gets back out in front of them pretty much instantly and can run on as quick as possible.
Yeah, it's very much the tortoise and the hare race, isn't it? And Forzen's the hare at the moment, with Luke Ryan being the more measured tortoise. And we'll see how that plays out. One of the mover and shakers, though, is Aaron Lee here in the 031. He's brought this car up from 10th position up to 5th, and he's pressing forward at the moment.
We could possibly try and get Mr. Baxter up here now, but he is in the car burning, so we can get a little bit of a mid-race what's happening. Unless you've done that already since I was born.
Yeah, mate, I've done all that.
Oh, jeez. I need to knock here.
No, I've just sent him a message to see if he's available and see, because as far as I'm aware with David, he's actually across 2 TeamSpeak servers at the moment, and we'll see if he's available for an interview. So the 2 teammates continue. We've got Luke Harvey, Ryan O'Sullivan here, 2 by 2, and continues laying down the laps. Looking at the lap times, folks, they're in, Forza Al Nabi's in the low 150s. Luke and Ryan are in the high 150s, and then we go back into the 151s with Matt Stratford in 4th and Aaron Lee in 5th.
Yeah, not as many people pushing as hard anymore, but obviously they're pushing as hard as they can, but they're easy into the race now, looking for consistent lap times, and not, say, 150s to 154s, back to 151s, etc. lap times, so they'll be looking to run their consistent lap times, make up ground on the person with them, and look for positions wherever possible.
Yeah, exactly right, and I'm going to just got to send a message and then I'll be back, okay? So it's your turn to talk about stuff.
Oh, amazing, Benny, thank you very much. So, I'm going to currently, all the way back, there's a bit of a 3-man battle going. Peter Statler in the Peter Statler, the team Kiani car Thomas Hings, and the Performance Motorsport chassis of Michael Talenchich. They're in a nice battle at the moment. All the way back to 6th, 7th and 8th. Looking to get as many positions as possible up there is Peter Statler's made up 5 positions since the last restart. Matt Stratford's up to 4th at the moment. And Ryan Sullivan, Luke Harvey, and Forzen Al Nabi obviously found out your 3-2-1.
Yeah, and Henry King's had a good run out here in the Simworks entry as well. He's sitting in 10th. Quite a bit of rear end damage to that car, it must be said.
Yeah, you don't see much from Henry moving up positions and getting those passes we see on camera, but they do happen, and you can see we didn't top 10 for the first 30 odd laps. and we come back. I come back, and then in the top 10, who's definitely shown his performance is still strong tonight.
Yeah, definitely is, and he's got quite a lot of damage down that right-hand side as well, so he's definitely been rubbing with someone or a wall or something.
Yeah, Peter Statler now making up on Aaron Lee, 5th position.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to make this move stick as well.
The Pete Statler in the self-sim story has shown his progression in the V8 Supercar throughout this season. So you saw him early on in the season, not as far up as he is and racing cars in. Now, we're getting into the pointy end, halfway, I think it's almost just over halfway through the season. And you can see just by the consistent results and dominance he shows out in the footage how much he's progressed as a racer in our series. Last series, sorry.
Yeah, so getting deep into this stint, and I think you said earlier, 24 laps was about the range.
Yeah, 26 cut off the last one. So a lot of drivers will be due for a pit stop in about 6-ish laps. That's your top 15 are all on 16 stint, so they will hit in probably the next 4 to 8 laps, and see how much. Obviously, take because it is the endurance, so it does go longer than a certain X amount of laps at this point in time. Where it hit the hour and 20-minute mark.
Yeah, so 2 hours 44 minutes left if this race goes time certain. 37 laps down of the 119. Having a look further down, folks, of the cars that are now dropped 1 lap. The first one is the 890, Gene Fittis driving that for PRA1. They've gone down 1 lap now. So is Daryl Hockey in the Pagnian Racing 094. Matthew Clowett also finds themselves down a lap. This was the car that went heavily into the wall and had that big accident earlier on, which did not bring out a safety car, but did clean up a few of the cars around it. We've also had the KRF MP Custom Motorsports entry. Matt Torkins finds himself down 1 lap, and of course 88. This was the one of the lead cars that found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time and got caught up in that incident with the GTI PRF entry, and they are down a lap. The 086 though, this car's definitely struggling, Bailey. Stealth Sim Sport 6. This was a car we saw slowing, and they are down 6 laps, and they don't have a bonnet on that car.
Yeah, I haven't seen Andrew Johnson out on the track with any. I think he's a new person to the series, and Stealth Sim Sport might have taken him on board. I think he's having a bit of trouble with that car. And nice.
Yeah, sorry, sorry, your microphone's cutting in and out there a little bit, and but yeah, I haven't heard of Andrew before, so it's great to see him out there having a crack at it and pretty much circulating, trying to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, and him with Jess here, is that a bit better now, Bernie?
Yeah, I think that's better.
Yeah, I haven't seen him or Jeff Gorthy before, so Stealth Sim Sport looks like they've taken them on for this round and see how they can go. But they've had quite a fair bit of damage in between the two of them, with Andrew taking 19 incidents. Looks like Jeff's been in the car for 1 stint, possibly.
Yeah, and the battle for 4th and 5th continues. Pete Sattler's got past Aaron Lee and is starting to make inroads on Matt Stratford, sitting in 3rd. Then further back, Thomas Hinds and Michael Talenjak. And we can see this train as it just starts spreading out and back into single file. Looking further down though, Michael Hammond is having a bit of a battle with Tony Gaffer here, and Tony does not have any rear bonnet or rear boot or wing or anything on that car.
Yeah, that one's quite beaten up, Bernie. It looks like a couple cars are starting to peel off in the pit. Brent O'Brien's now down pit lane.
Yeah, so the pit window was opened and we can start seeing the guys starting to come through. So we'll just jump back to Henry King. We've got a car slowing on the inside of the S's. That's one of the KRF cars, and looks like they kept it out of trouble, but they would have got a slow down for that. So Henry King's now battling it out with Stuart Vaughan here.
KRF for another person that's seen over the first rounds. Sorry, spoiled my last bit. KRF has shown a lot of dominance in the last couple of rounds, and they've put their name on the board that West End as the entry cars.
Yeah, so Forzan El Nabi, as always, is out 4.4 seconds now. His last lap 150.610, and he's about 1.1 seconds quicker than Luke Harvey that last lap. And then we've got Matt Stratford 13 seconds down, Pete Sattler 23 seconds down. So they're definitely spreading out, but one thing about the Logitech car, we've got Luke in the car at the moment. He'll be handing that over in probably this stop to Ian Ford, and he'll have pretty much done his minimum laps. I think it was about 44 is the minimum laps, isn't it? 42?
77, 42 it would have been, Benny.
Yeah, so he's pretty much... we're up to lap 40 now, so he's 2 laps out of that window, and then we'll see if he jumps out and gets Ian into the car for the rest of the race.
Yeah, their pit window obviously, everyone's pit window has obviously started now, so he'll be pitting in, I reckon, the next 3 to 4 laps, and putting most likely Ian Ford into the car, because he can't really go another stint unless he becomes the primary car driver.
Okay, yeah, so he'll definitely, I'd say Ian's definitely going to be the primary driver of that car. No offence to Luke, he's a great driver and everything, but Ian's sort of probably one of their A-grade V8 supercar drivers in that team, I guess you could say.
Yeah, that took a little bit to get out of your mouth, Bernie. You didn't want to say the wrong thing there, I'm sure.
No, not at all. I think they're all great drivers, but you always have a number 1 driver and a number 2 driver, don't you?
Oh, of course.
Because we've seen what happens if you get 2 number 1 drivers into the same team. They normally do that, what is it, some code 21 or something? I don't know what they call it.
Yeah, I'm unsure either. They've told us before, I just can't remember it.
Yeah, I'm sure Mark Webber would remember the code 21 or whatever they were going on about a few years ago.
Yeah, for sure.
Am I keeping you up, young man? You're sounding tired.
No, I'm quite good at the moment, to tell you the truth. I had 3 sacks or 3 classes I had today at school.
You had what today at school?
3 sacks.
Okay. Aren't you on school holidays though?
No, they finished. I went back to school Tuesday.
Okay, different. Yeah, down here they're still on holidays, so I was pretty much at my job, which I work in a high school, and there was only 2 other people in the whole school, which was quite interesting.
Interesting, for sure.
Yeah, I actually like it on holidays because all the students go away.
Yeah, piece of break. Is that just me, or is Forzan got a fair bit of damage to his car?
Yeah, he's got quite a bit of damage. He did go into the wall earlier on while you were away, which is where he got that damage. And I thought he was going to bring it into the pits, but he's kept it out there, and obviously it's not slowing him down much because his last lap was a 1:57.23 compared to Luke Harvey, who did a 1:51.303.
Yeah, so 0.5 tenths is he's still showing his dominance. He's almost 7 seconds ahead of Luke Harvey now, so he's definitely not slowing himself down. And his teammate tonight is Gary Cooper, who I've never seen before. Have you, Bernie?
No, I don't think I've seen Gary before. Just, which car's he driving in?
So that's the car number 8. Falls in El Nabi's teammate, Gary Cooper.
Okay. Yeah, I've not heard of that name before, but I could be wrong. The other one at the moment is Ajron Tape. I don't think I've heard that name before either, and he's currently running in 9th with Stealth Sim Sports 3.
Yeah, so I have seen him before, but I don't think he's ever raced in this series.
Okay, well, he's doing a great job out there at the moment, 9th, and he's just behind Stephen Varga in the 149 Redback Racing, and he's also got the 032 Redback Racing behind him. So he's in a bit of a sandwich at the moment.
It looks like he's locked tyres a little bit coming around that corner, but he'll keep it straight and he'll keep battling forward, trying to gain as many positions as possible. And he's definitely got capability with the next 2 cars up in front of him of getting them past.
Yeah, that car directly in front of him, that's one of the that's the 88 with Todd Parks. They're a lap down, so they're just trying to hold on, hoping that deep into this stint a safety car comes out so they can get that lap back.
Yeah, they'll be hoping for a safety car pretty much the next lap or 2, which a lot of people will be getting ready to start coming in the pit lane, and they're 22 laps into the stint. As I said earlier, 24 to 28 laps, depending on the driver, is how many laps they can go on a tank of fuel.
Yeah, so speaking of laps done, Luke Harvey now has on to his 43rd lap here, so he's completed his lap, so they'll just now run this car to their pit window, and I would suggest we'll see Ian Ford jump straight into this car.
Yeah, we are in there as soon as possible and trying to get back to Falls and El Nabi as quick as possible. As he's showing his dominance early on in the race. Dominant. Oh, I can't speak tonight. His dominance. Oh, God's sake. His performance. There we go. Early on in the race.
Yeah, he's been very dominant. I think that was the word you wanted to say.
There we go.
And he's been dominating this race and been showing his dominance.
Well, it's been a long day.
Now spell dominance. There you go.
Yeah, let's not start.
So yeah, the folks, the racing spread out a little bit, and this is where I think we need a new innovation in this series, Bailey. I think what we need is like a lever or a button we can press, which will just bring out the safety car whenever we want.
Ooh, I wish I had those capabilities, but I don't. Ooh.
Yeah, I'll have to speak to the organisers. I just want a big red button that I can just slam and the safety car just comes out.
Can you imagine pulling out the safety car with, what would it be? You do 3 laps to go and it'll be just a green checker. Everyone just full throttle all the way.
Yeah, it'd probably become pretty predictable though.
Yeah,
So,
wide.
and I'm just having a look at Michael Talenjak's car, the 674. His car has a huge amount of damage on the front, and not sure if it was that bad last time we saw it.
Nah, definitely last time I saw that car was not that bad at all. It looks like Edgeron at the Stelzkin Foot 3 dropped back a few positions, and he's now having a battle with Steve Varga and Ian Bird, who's now up on the scene.
Yeah, so this is probably the closest battle we've got out there at the moment, as we just saw Arjun Tape there take to the grass and kept it tracking forwards. So I'm just trying to look back to see if we can find out where Michael's come to grief here. Okay, so he had an off track on lap 41, so we're going to, yeah, this should have to be it, because that car's looking mighty shiny and clean, but I can guarantee, Bailey, it's not going to last that long. Not going to look that nice soon. Yeah, he's come together and rear-ended the 402, so that explains why that Henlink car's missing all the front end.
Yeah, and that definitely would have been a soft tap to the back at all. Thomas, as he goes by, doesn't have as much damage to the back of the car that it looks Bernie.
Yeah, it looks like Thomas took more damage than what Michael did, though, because he was definitely slowing with rear end damage to that car.
Yeah, Tommy's having a bit of a battle now with RPR car of Oliver Fullerton.
Yeah, so the 402, they had to bring that car in for service after that incident with Michael Talenjak, so he's now battling his way back. He's 17th, and his next quarry will be Dave Oliver in the 00, but he's probably about 6 seconds up the road at the moment.
So Forza El Navi now is starting to get the lap cars on the board with about 9 cars currently lapped. More just about to happen. He's got 2 in front of him and he's closing in quick on him.
Yeah, he's just putting down one of the Way South KRF cars, I think it is, as he's rounding him up. That's the 323. The 227, though, on the inside. And I'm not sure if they're fighting for position or what, but he was definitely on the inside of Forzen there.
Yeah, that's Brenton O'Brien, I think, unless they switched driver. Sorry, where is he? Trying to find him in my thing. 227, correct? There is no Cracknell.
Yeah, it's Jamie McKnight. He's trying to round up now, and then Michael Cracknell. Yeah, you're right, 1 lap down, so something's happened to that car as well, unless they've just pitted under green and dropped a lap.
I'll have a quick look when he has stopped. A fair few cars are in pit lane at the moment, but yeah, he has had a pit stop about 7 laps ago.
Yeah, so these guys should get that lap back, because Forzen has to bring this car in for service pretty shortly. They're definitely going deep into this stint, though.
Yeah, he'll definitely... Don't count me on it, but Cracknell goes sideways a little bit. He doesn't pull into the pit stop this time, so he's on his 26th lap now, Bernie.
Yeah, so they've got about another 2 laps till they'll have to pit, according to your math there. But Luke Harvey's also continuing on. We can see the guys starting to take their second stop here tonight. And I'm just having a look. The ones that haven't is Forzen El Nabi, Luke Harvey, Peter Sattler, Aaron Lee, Michael Talenjak, Ian Bird, Kyle James, Tony Gaffer, and Adrian Zelli. They're the top 12 that haven't taken a stop yet. So it's
Performance Motorsport 2, sorry, Performance Motorsport 2 was having a bit of trouble in Who Wants to Jump in the Car. It was Braden Bateman in it, and then Stratford jumped in it, and then Braden hopped back into it. So I'm not sure what's going on there with missed team communication.
Yeah, well, Braden's in it now, and that car's not moving, so they might have had a problem there with that iRacing glitch.
Yeah, possibly Bernie. A lot of battles going on further back. Is it looks like Forza is just going to drop in behind that back there and wait till he gets to the pits and not get involved with any wrecks by the looks of it.
Yeah, so Braden Bateman's now bringing that car out, and the number 41, and it'll be interesting to see if he's had to jump back into that car because his teammate might have issues. If it does, well, how is that going to play out as far as their strategy and meeting the minimum laps?
Yeah, I can't see myself, but I wonder how many laps Braden has done, because obviously strategy has to do at least 42 laps. Is that yet? Fulton and Luke Harvey bring it in.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, isn't it, to see now how this unfolds. I'm expecting Ian Ford to jump in. We'll see if Forza, and he's the first one into the pit boxes, whether he jumps out as well. Yeah, he's jumping out, and Gary Cooper's in, and Luke Harvey's just pitted in front of him behind the safety car. And let's see if he's jumping out. He is, and yep. Ian Ford is in.
This will be an awesome battle. I can see it already prepping up. Bernie is, you can see the two cars, they're just looking at each other going, I'm going to take you.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting now to see if ERT actually jumps him in this stop. I'm looking at the moment, Ian Ford 26.7 seconds. Gary Cooper stopped 40.8 seconds and climbing. And we can see now Gary Cooper just coming out, so he'll retain position. And Ian Ford is coming out now, so I don't think they've actually lost much. Their pit times, Gary Cooper did a 44-second stop, Ian Ford 41.5 seconds. So I'm just having a look at the cars that haven't stopped. Tony Gafer is still circulating, but that car's I think out of sequence. And Adrian Zelli hasn't done their second stop, and neither has Michael Cracknell. So this will probably be the next car we'll see coming in.
As you say that, Adrian Zelli brings it in the pit lane.
And Oliver Fullerton also is in the pits. Daniel Ackland, we'll see if he comes in. He's also due for a pit stop. And so is Todd Parks. Benjamin Smith's out there in the 91. And all those cars are pretty much off sequence because of the earlier incidents they're involved in. So looking at your top 10 as they sit, folks, we've got Gary Cooper leading Ian Ford first and second. Braden Bateman, he sits in third at the moment. Tony Gafer is sitting in fourth in the Melbourne Taxi, and fifth Dave Oliver right behind him in the Simworks entry. Sixth is Pete Sattler, followed by Daniel Trim in seventh. Then we have David Baxter back in the car in eighth, and ninth Brian Borg in the Laser Racing, and rounding out your top 10 is Michael Cracknell. So it'll be interesting to see, Bailey, once they've done the first laps, we'll get a bit of a time on what Gary and Ian are doing as far as their clean lap times go.
Yeah, what does surprise me is Tony Gaffer pulls in quite a bit of damage. How, and I'll admit myself, I probably can't do it, I'm not that good of a driver, but how like Ian Ford and Gary will miss 45, 47 laps, whatever it happened to be, and then come out and still pump out good lap times is what surprised me with such amount of like not racing and then coming out and pumping good lap times out.
Oh, I just heard blah blah blah.
Yeah, I know, that's what I said. I'm tired.
I think you said something along the lines of how can they put in fast laps when they're just coming into the race.
Yeah,
So,
pretty much.
I reckon a lot of them are probably off on another server warming up. But I tell you what, Mark Samuel and Shane Rayner here are having a great battle, and this is for 10th and 11th. Mark took that position, but then Shane said, no, move over, I want it back, and he's snatched it back again.
Yeah, and further up the field, Ian Ford is now taking the lead over Gary Cooper.
He caught him pretty quickly, didn't he?
There's quite a fair bit of gap. Gary might have had a mistake somewhere and let Ian get those 2 seconds up, and then when Ian was sitting on his back, Gary pretty much said, I'll let you by, mate, I don't want to cause any harm.
Yeah, well, he, let's have a look. He did a 1:58.34. Gary Cooper did a 1:53.072. So I'd say Gary's had a bit of an off track somewhere.
Is Gary's right front? No, it looks like it's come back onto me. Sorry.
I'm just having a look back here to see if we can find out. Yeah, he did have an off track, so we'll jump back and have a look at the replay here to see exactly what happened to Gary here. Have a feeling it'll be in the chicane. And I was wrong. Yeah, that was interesting. He didn't seem to have anything major happen to him, but he's dropped 3 seconds in that lap.
Interesting. Sure is Ian Ford does what he does. You know, he's climbing away steadily at the moment, but obviously further down the pack is where the battle's happening at the moment. 10th to 13th is quite a fair. Sorry, not quite a fair. Quite a good battle.
Yeah, well, Mark Samuel's taken that position back from Shane Rayner, and he's got a bit of a gap working out now. And Shane, of course, drives for SDC Motorsports, and I think he's a new signing for that team. I was speaking to him the other day, and he was pretty happy.
Yeah, it's good to see one drivers happy, you know, that they're in a team which they can learn more from greater drivers and get the experience they need. Some of the good drivers that are up the front, man, like Ian Ford and Buzz and Nabi. I remember not long ago he was, you know, new to and sitting in the middle of the pack and etc. Getting his way through the race, and now look where he is. He's put in the hard work like some of these blokes out in the field are at the moment. Their efforts are paying off.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the thing, isn't it? When with drivers and that, finding that team where they can gel with their teammates, learn from each other, and get the best out of the cars. That's a secret. And from what Shane was telling me, I think he pretty much feels he's found his place at the moment with SDC Motorsports. And yeah, as I said, he was quite happy with the signing. Jamie McKnight and Nathan Tregarthen here are having a great battle as Nathan goes on the outside of Jamie, but coming into the chicane there's nowhere to take that move, and he settles back into 13th position. Yeah, so as far as random safety cars go, we may have one more. We did have one non-random safety car come out in lap 3. That was because of the 91 rollover. of the race on Oscar that came together with the Performance Motorsport chassis car. Then we had a random one out, but I'm not sure, Bailey, whether that means we get another random or not. I think we still do.
Yeah, from my memory, that if there is a instant one in the before the first random safety car, we still get 2 random safety cars, as long as it's before 80% of the race. I'm pretty sure. Don't count me on that one.
Yeah, so because I know when they get to a certain point, they don't bring any more out.
Yeah, I don't think they would after about lap 80 or 90 of this race. So if there's going to be one, it'll be quite soon, most likely.
Yeah, well, we're up to what now? Lap 51. So we're just about at the halfway mark here at Watkins Glen. Now get your slide rule out, or you're a young bloke, calculator, and work out what the halfway point is, Bailey.
Halfway point is race.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, it's 59.
Really?
Am I right?
I think there's a 0.5 in there somewhere.
It would be 59.5. When yeah, you're right. You're an odd number.
You know, the viewers are probably thinking you both got it wrong.
Yeah, probably.
So Jason Banks at the moment is battling it out with Thomas Hinds. The 100 we saw earlier was quite strong, but this car was also involved in that incident with the PFR car and the 88. And if anyone's joining us, folks, there was a bit of action there with the PFR car going into the wall at the S's, bouncing back, and the 100 and the 88 Synergy Sim Racing, Laser Racing, they really had nowhere to go and got cleaned up. So it's quite interesting. The gap now is Ian Ford leads this race, 7.3 seconds. So he did a 1:56.85, pretty much the same lap times they've been doing. But the rest of the field, like Gary's in the 1:52s, and the rest of the fields are in the mid 1:51s at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure Gary will get his stint out of the way as quick as possible, and he'll get forward then back in that car for probably last stint, that last tank of fuel, and run it to the end, Bernie, and try and get as much ground back on Ian Foot as possible, because to tell you the truth, wasn't on running with the laps in one him.
Yeah, it's interesting how ERT did this, isn't it? How they basically got Luke in, got him out of the way. If you look at the lap times between Ian and Luke, they're pretty much identical as far as lap times go. So they've got a really great pairing. But Forzand, he was the hare earlier, wasn't he? And he was setting the fast lap times, but now Gary's in, the second driver. So it's interesting just how these teams are approaching it. It looks like a lot of the teams have their second drivers in at the moment.
Yeah, David Baxter in 7th position, you were talking about earlier, is now up to 7th position, so they've made their ground back and put themselves back into 7th position. And up there at the moment, we talked about earlier with the driver changeover, Bateman is now in 3rd position, so Performance Motorsports has got a car in 2nd position, 3rd position and 6th position at the moment, Bernie.
Yeah, so they're looking really strong, that team, aren't they? Because having that many cars in the top 10 is no fluke, that's for sure. Now, it's interesting, the 031 with David Baxter back in it. This car, he's teamed up with Aaron Lee, and both of these guys are really fast drivers, but they're not opting to double stint. They've actually, David started the race, he did one stint, jumped out. Aaron did one stint, jumped out, and David's back into it again. So it looks like they're not going very deep into double stinting their drivers.
Yeah, there could be a possibility that one of them has to do something later on, or if something happens that the other person is able to jump in the car, well, not jump in the car, but able to continue on the stint. So possibly one of them has something unreliable and they've just got to get him in and out and do his one stint at a time and hope that something survives, maybe.
Yeah, it could be that, or they could also be keeping their options open on who's going to actually become the lead driver of that team. So we'll see how it pans out. So having a look at Tom Curran at the moment in the 149, he's trying to chase down Nathan Tregarthen just ahead of him. And then we've got Jamie McKnight having a great battle here with Sean Chappell.
Yeah, I just jumped over the camera with you then, and I see the two of them battling out there, and especially with the red back car out in front of them. I can definitely see those three getting close to the end of the race, and that would be a nice one to the finish line to see what position they end up in, and hopefully the top 10 for them today.
Yeah, we'll soon find out in the next couple of hours, that's for sure. We're riding with Sean Chappell at the moment, SDC Motorsports, at number 28, as he comes down through the S's, and you can just see him working that wheel up into 5th gear. He should see when he puts it into 6th. Does he have 6th gear in these or not? You tell me, I don't know. I don't think so. Yes, 6 now.
It's 6 gears, but I don't know if they hit it at Watkins. I've never actually driven the V8 Supercar gear.
Yeah, he's just jumped it up into 6 now. Goes to show how much I drive these cars, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure. Well, dirt's out now, that's all I'm addicted to.
Yeah, I had a few runs in it, but I think I'm becoming more the driver that goes out by themselves and does some laps and never races. I think I'm becoming that person.
Always been known as the greatest commentator. How about that?
Sorry, what was that?
The greatest commentator.
The greatest commentator. I don't know about that. And as they say, those who can drive race and those who can't commentate. Is that how they say it?
Possibly. That's maybe why I'm here.
I'm not even going to answer that. I've not seen your driving, so I couldn't comment.
You don't want to. You really don't want to.
It's Thomas Hinds, Jason Bentz, they're still going at it for 17th, 18th, 79 seconds off the lead. Also, the cars that are in trouble, there's quite a few out there, but it looks like the 094, Jaden Borg was driving that car. I think that was one of the Pagnian cars that's retired, and so has a 086. They were 22 laps down and parked that car for the night.
Yeah, unfortunately, these two Stealth Fin Sport cars park it up for the night. They've definitely shown their dominance. They've got a car currently in 5th, a car currently in 11th, and if those two can work together eventually when they catch up to each other, etc., they might be able to pull off the top 10 for both of them.
Yeah, definitely, and one of the viewers has asked about the safety car and how that works here, whether it's a manual process. Well, basically, the way this series runs, folks, is they have 2 random safety cars that they can have come out during the race. Now, how that works is it's randomly selected before the race, and only one person knows when that's going to occur. And when it hits that lap, the safety car comes out, and it's a manual process. So someone's sitting there, when they hit the lap, they pull out the full course yellow.
Yeah, that up in race control, they choose when that's ready, and they tell everyone pretty much get slowing down, and we're ready to go yellow. Also, jumping back a little bit, Brenton Hobson now. Well, sorry, Todd Parks in the car. They're in 26, haven't moved for a long time, and they're a lap down. So they've still got a long road ahead of them, hoping that everyone in front of them pretty much pit, but I don't see that happening. I think they'll go in for a green flag.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? They both of these cars, the PFR Team GTI car and the 88, are both hoping for a safety car so they can go around, but it really depends on when that happens. It has to happen pretty late in the stint, and they've got to have enough fuel to be able to get past and do a hot lap and then get in for service before the safety car is called back in.
Yeah, now just let you know, Ian Ford's going to make an 11-second gap over Gary Cooper, and then another 12 seconds back goes the Performance Motorsports number 2 of Braden Bateman. So they've made a bit of gap with each other now.
Yeah, so Ian's time was a 150. He did a 151.413 that time. Gary Cooper's, he's getting faster as his stint goes on. He's down in the one. He's pretty much matching Ian Ford's time now, a 151.442. So it's taken him a little bit of time to get up to speed in that car, but he is now. So I wouldn't expect that gap to stretch too much more. And as we know, Gary's the number 2 driver of this team, and Forzen El Nabi will jump back in later. And once that happens, it'll be interesting to see how things shake out.
Yeah, it'd be good to see Forzen battle it out to the end, but you got to think now, they'll do a drive changeover at the end. They'll lose an I'm not exactly sure how many seconds. I think it's 10 seconds, is it, Bernie?
Not quite sure, I think so. They do lose time, yep.
Yes, they lose time off the changeover in the pit stop along with all the fuel and tyres, etc. But then Ian Ford's just getting fuel and tyres, so they're losing time in their pit stop on that changeover, because I'm quite sure Ian Ford will run it to the end now.
Oh yeah, Ian will definitely run it to the end. It's just a matter of when Gary gets his 42 laps completed of the minimum each driver has to complete here. So if you've got all the statistics up there, Bailey, which you probably don't, do you know when Gary jumped into that car, so we can work out exactly how far he's got to go?
Give me a second, let me do a bit of reload, my thing's playing up. No, I've got apparently he's on a 58.9 stint, a 59 lap stint, so I don't think that's correct.
No.
I think he's been in the car for 11 laps, or 12 laps off the top of my head.
It looks like we might have another interview down here, Bailey, so we've got Henry King waiting in the green room to come up. Did you want to have a chat with him while I go and make a coffee?
Go ahead, I'll have a chat with him. Hello Henry, welcome to the RRTV Combox. How you going, mate?
I'm going terrific, mate. Chilling in the pit lane while Dave gets the Zuva Commodore further up the grid, lap by lap. So we're sitting at V4 at the moment. It's a big jump for us from the last pit stop.
You guys done well this race so far. I saw you guys back in 10th, and now you've just magically shot up to 4th without even knowing, really. How did you go when you were driving?
Really well. I pushed through a few cars before the race. We changed setup completely from what we ran in practice, and halfway through qual we changed the setup. Dave gave it a couple of tweaks, and we've been running that, and that's a big improvement.
Yeah, definitely. All the work you've done pretty much coming up to this week's pretty much been changed.
That's 100% right. The setup we had in practice was basically thrown out, and we threw something else altogether at the car.
Yeah, fair enough. And what are your predictions of where you think this race will go for you guys?
Hopefully, we'd like to get on the podium. That is the end goal.
Yeah, for sure. And yellow comes out, so you'll get the chance to bunch up the back in behind the 2 Performance Motorsport cars now. So you'll have a chance at having a crack at those top 3 positions. You know, where pretty much halfway through the race now. So, will you be going back into the car?
Not yet. Dave hasn't completed his laps just yet, so he'll stay out. And at the end of this stint, I'll jump in and run it to the flag.
Yeah, it's good to see. Won't definitely be checking in on you guys throughout the racing scene, where you guys end up. What else have I got to ask? Not really much because I'm quite tired. Have you got any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Definitely, unfortunately, compliments of Trading Paints. The right paint isn't showing for us, but I've got to give a huge shout out to zuva.net.au. If you're chasing a web domain or some cheap web hosting, hit them up. But yeah, www.zuva.net.au.
I might have a jump over there soon. I'm looking for a domain at the moment, to be honest, so I'll have to get over there and use code Henry maybe.
I think there might be a zuva.racing. I'll get back to you later on.
Yeah, that'd be good to know. Let everyone, get that what's possible out of them.
Definitely.
No worries. Well, good luck for the rest of the race, Henry. Have a good one.
Cheers, guys. You have a good call.
Alrighty, folks. So this is a random safety car thrown out by race control. As everyone will bunch up now on lap 61 pretty much. We've got David Baxter who's currently in the car at the moment. I'll see if we can get a commentary from him at all. Give us a second. I'm not sure if I can PM anyone from where I am in game. We've also got Shane who just jumped up. Hey Shane.
How you going, mate?
Doing good yourself?
Yeah, doing alright.
Where are you sitting at the moment?
We're just behind the leader in the safety car. Second at the moment, but I don't know what that is in. Not sure where we are in.
Can't even see
We're
it.
second at the moment, but I think we're a lap down, so.
Are you the number 31 car?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the SDC Motorsports guys, they're currently sitting in second behind the safety car. So when the safety car comes out, guys, it's pretty much where you are at the field behind the safety car, and that's pretty much where you join in behind them until everyone pretty much peels in. This looks like your driver's staying out.
Yeah, staying out. We just pitted, so.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
Hoping to get that lap back, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, it's been working out alright. We took an early stop, so.
Yeah, fair enough.
That worked out alright for us, so.
And I'm guessing you've been in the car tonight?
Yeah, twice, and teammate's been in now twice, so. We're around the 50% mark, so. It's going alright.
Yeah, and how'd you go in your stint?
Yeah, good. That last stint was a bit better. We made a few roll bar adjustments. And that worked out alright.
Yeah,
I was feeling a bit better now, sort of picking up a little bit of speed, so the more laps we do, the better it sort of feels, so been tinkering with it.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And what preparations did you have coming up into the weekend?
Oh, not a lot. We've pretty much gone with the Watkins Glen, the classic track setup instead of the boot for the official round. I think it's the classic, so we stuck with that.
Yep. Yeah,
Probably didn't do enough practice.
Fair enough. And if you got any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Yeah, KSW painting and DHM, who's coming on board the sand, soil and stone in Ballarat, and of course SDC and Simpit.
Yeah, no worries. Well, good luck to the rest of the race, Shane. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Where's Bernie? Going off for a coffee break.
Coffee break, mate. Have a good one. G'day, Dave. How are you today?
Not bad. How you going?
Yeah, doing good. Just before you guys go green flag racing, how's the race going on for you so far?
Yeah, not too bad tonight. I got a few issues with my computer. I'm getting frame drops to 30 frames a second every now and then, so makes it a little bit hard when you're trying to negotiate other cars, but other than that, it's going along alright.
Yeah, sitting in 8th position at the moment. You guys have definitely shown your dominance. There you go, got it. Showing your dominant performance tonight and how quick you guys are around here. How long do you reckon will you be in the car for another stint?
I'll do another stint, another full tank now, throw Aaron back in, and then I'll probably hop back in and finish it off.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'll let you go and get ready to go racing. Good luck.
No worries, thanks guys.
So there's a little bit of an in-car interview on the go with David Baxter from the Redback Racing 031 car. As they're pretty much getting ready to go green as they drop it again. The number 19, Peter Sattler, will be off the front. Ian Ford, who was in first position when the flag came out, is now in 5th position now. So, off the start, they see him go 3 wide. Sometimes, at one point it was 4 wide as they go into turn 1. Sattler pretty much gets a good pole jump there.
Yeah, it was a pretty aggressive start there by Ian Ford and Gary Cooper, but these two are trying to get back to the pointy end. I'd say, Bailey, that was the last of our random safety cars, so we're now got 1 hour 55 minutes of racing, or just under halfway to go here.
At this point in time, I can see it's going to the 119 laps, because I don't see nothing yellow flag coming out, because these guys are great racing tonight, so they take a single fold through the essence.
Yeah, definitely. Watkins Glen doesn't generally bring out a lot of safety cars, and we can see that again tonight. I think we've only had one unscheduled safety car, touch wood.
Yeah, it's a Saw and Redback Racing car. I'm not 100% sure which one it was. It was way back in the field. He went a bit sideways around that corner. I'm not 100% which corner it is, and gets back in position. And that's a nice little pack back there, all the way back pretty much to the 8th to all the way back into like 15th-ish, 16th. They're in a big pack at the moment, having a pretty much a good race at the moment. They're going 2 wide into nearly every corner and coming out all clean, so that's going well, Bernie.
Yeah, sorry mate, I just got a one of those Windows update messages saying restarts required. So if we go off air, folks, Microsoft Windows scourge has got me again.
Ooh. You had an update before you come live.
Yeah, I know. This is the second one, so I don't know what the hell Mr. Microsoft's pumping out at the moment.
Yeah. Well, he was already up in the 2nd position. He's pulling Peter Sattler now. So going from 5th to 2nd on the first lap, he's shown speed he's got off his restart. He hit it. Peter Sattler's about just over halfway through. He's got a bit less tyre wear. He's got a lot less tyre wear and a lot less fuel. So he's got a chance of running away, but I don't see that happening with the speed Ian Ford's got.
No, but he's definitely holding his own out there, isn't he? And these two are getting a bit of a gap going back to Gary Cooper, who's stuck in a bit of... Tom Curran. The gap was 1.9 seconds last time by. So Tom's got Sean Chappell and Gary Cooper behind him. Daniel Trim's also part of this train. So is Braden Bateman. Dave Oliver, he's the last one on the train, and then we get a bit of a gap.
Yeah, we heard Henry King come up into the comm box not long ago and had a bit of a speak about their race so far, and they're going well and they're happy with it, and they will show a fight and looking for a top 3 position like everyone else is done.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I was a bit sad that I wasn't. I was making coffee when you're interviewing Henry, because he's a good bloke. I would have liked to have had a bit of a chat with him.
Yeah, we even got Dave into the comm box for a little second half a lap on the before we went green. You probably heard that one.
Yeah, I heard the end of that. That was really good. And if there's any other teams out there that want to set up a live cross under safety car, definitely get in touch with us. It's a new element we're trying to introduce to our V8 Supercar coverage. and we can only do that if the teams would like to take part in it.
Yeah, it's a great feature we put together, and we're trying new things not every week, but as much as we can to pretty much bring these 650s to life, because they are a long race and they do tire us out over time. A 4-hour race, very hard to commentate and bring up new things every 10 minutes, etc.
Yeah, it's these safety cars are great. I'm going to start a new campaign, folks, and let me know if you think this is a good idea. I think for the 650s, Bailey, we should have 3 random safety cars, just to really bring these things to life.
Yeah, it would make it a lot more interesting. It'd make it a lot more interesting and a little bit different. That it'd be cool if they did 2 safety cars or 3. It was unknown. Then it would play with people's strategies a bit more.
Okay, yep.
See, people guess maybe there might be a safety car between lap 20 and 30, and there might be one between lap 60 and 80. So they kind of work their skill strategy around that a little bit too. But you never know.
Yeah, they definitely have to look into it and see how it would play out, but it just close the field up a bit in these really big races as it is now. So at the moment, Pete Satley's just lost the lead to Ian Ford. Ian did a 1:49.774 last time through, so that was a pretty quick lap. They've got quite a gap now, 4.6 seconds back to Tom Curran and Sean Chappell and Gary Cooper.
Yeah, Tom Curran lets Sean Chappell through, but doesn't let Gary Cooper through, and he's going to hold that position. But 3 PMS cars, Gary Cooper, Daniel Trim and Braden Bateman, 5th to 7th, all following each other at the moment, and they'll be working together to get up to the podium.
Yeah, it's getting pretty tight back here in 5th position as we're looking at the back of Gary Cooper's car. And we saw Daniel Trim, Dave Oliver there starting to close up. Dave's now putting a lot of pressure on the back of Daniel Trim, and he's looking very racy.
Yeah, he sure is. Just changing settings quickly, there we go.
Yeah, so you can see further back as well, 2 wide there, and that was Sean Evans, David Baxter. We spoke to David earlier, or Bailey did, and these two are having a great battle. And then we've got Brian Borg coming up the inside. Oh, nearly contact there, and he elbows David Baxter out a little bit, and no contact, but David's lost about 2 to 3 positions after that.
It was a bit of a bump and pass and pretty much run with it, but they're going to be fighting back now. I'm not sure what happened to them earlier on in the race, but they seem to drop back to the position and now looking to fight their way back up onto the podium, as they've shown they've done it in the past.
Yeah, you can see Brian Borg in there in that beautifully presented laser racing entry. I really like that paint scheme, and he's chasing down Braden Bateman at the moment, which is just ahead of him. It's starting to get pretty tight back here.
Yeah, that little bunch of people there, about 8 to 12 at the moment, they're having good battles in the file through there.
I tell you what, if you're the manager of laser racing, you might get a little bit nervous at the moment, because they've got Brian Borg, Jason Bentz nose to tail, both from the same team, and you don't want to see these guys come unstuck. It's sort of like putting all your stuff in the one basket on the track at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, you definitely want to get mixed up with your own teammate for sure. There'll definitely be, for the race, I'm sure they said don't get in contact but have fun racing. That's ERT, pretty much what they say at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's what most of the teams say, which is great, and because at the end of the day, they're all here to have fun racing, and it would really suck if you were racing and they said you got to move over and let your teammate through, especially when you're not being paid much money to do it.
No, not at all.
So yeah, since the restart, these guys are just turning it on. If you look at that train of cars, it goes pretty much up to Sean Chappell, Tom Curran, and then you've got this massive train of cars that go all the way back to David Baxter in 13th position. Bit of smoke up ahead, but all the cars are pointing straight, so it's just nail it to the floor, Mr. Baxter.
Yeah, they're all putting their foot through the floor there, as you see a couple of them move the tail end and got onto it quite easy there for them. Looks that's just like a daily routine for him, Bernie.
Yeah, we're riding on the roof cam here with Dave Oliver, and look how busy it is. It's, you know, what do you call it? Chess at 180 kilometres an hour or whatever they're doing down there, 200 and something. So it looks like we've got more news on the 085, Bailey. Looks like there's been a problem with safety cars as we see the 674 get sideways, but it looks like the 085's been disqualified because their black flag was not cleared.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. That's PFR, correct?
Yeah, that's the PFR 085 that Sean Thompson was driving. So yeah, it's just come across the chat channel that their black flag wasn't cleared and they've been disqualified from the race.
Yeah, not sure. Well, I'm not sure if that was off the restart or if it's something to do with pit lane when everyone come in for pit. Because what happens is it's still NASCAR rules, guys. So pretty much they put NASCAR rules on a road track. That's how iRacing works.
Yeah.
Play with the pit.
It's starting to get angry down here. We just saw one of the PFR cars get turned. He's hung on, but now Brian Borg's up. So that's Sean Evans that gathered it up. And too wide. This is where we saw the 085 go in earlier. But fortunately, they've got through. But it's starting to develop an angry pack here. And when that happens, things tend to break. But getting back to the black flag rule, folks, what generally happens is under the NASCAR rules that we use, you can get a black flag entering the pits. Generally what happens is those black flags are cleared, but if they're not, you've got so many laps where you have to serve the penalty, otherwise iRacing automatically disqualifies you.
Yeah, so if you're coming into the pit and you quicker than the car, say a car stays out and you pull into the pit lane, you get into the pit lane first before they pass the pit lane line, pretty much you get a black flag for it.
Yeah, that's right, and then generally the only way to clear it is the race administrators have to go in and manually remove that flag before that penalty's served. So it looks like with that car it may have been overlooked and that car was disqualified. Apparently they have removed the disqualification, but that car looks like it won't be coming back out tonight.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see PFR, but both drivers up pretty much and are going to get ready to come back to the next round and hopefully put on a good show there.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's the difficulties, isn't it, as race control, like you've done it yourself, where you have to finesse some of the inadequacies of iRacing, and you have to sort of manually keep an eye on them and overturn them when they get triggered.
And the other thing is also with race control, we don't know what the black flag is 100%. It could be passing cars in the yellow, and they could be saying, "Oh, it's a pit lane penalty." So sometimes race control can be quite unsure of what it actually is for, and it would be nice if we could see what it was for as race control and be able to tell what it's for.
Yeah, it's definitely a big problem that iRacing needs to look at, and they need to fix, because it's putting a lot of it's frustrating a lot of teams as well as race control, and it's unfair to put the whole blame on race control for this sort of stuff. The guys do the best they can, but you know, they're volunteers just like we are, and they do the best they can with what they've got.
Yeah, that's correct. They do the best they can. They try to do the fairest hauls possible, but you see the conflict that happens after races, and it's just unstoppable sometimes. People get angry, and it's just how life is. Yeah,
that's it. So a bit of controversy going on there, folks, with the 085 as we've been discussing, and looks like their race is run. We've also lost the 965. Ajeron Tape was driving that car. They have retired as well. Jaden Borg 094's retired, and as we said earlier, the 086 Andrew Johnston has also retired.
Yeah, unfortunately, see so many retirees out there. But earlier on in the race, it was quite a fair people a lap down, Bernie, but a lot of those guys got that flag back because of the last yellow. That lap, not flag.
Yeah, they certainly did. There's only one car now that is not on the lead lap, and that's the 27 with Greg Hamilton driving that car, and that's for KRF MP Custom Motorsports. They're 3 laps down, but as you said, everyone that was a lap down has that lap back now, and yeah. Bit of an update, folks, on the race on Oz. Number 91, Sam Blacklock's in that car at the moment. We saw this was what the first safety car was brought out when this car got together with the number 8 car of Performance Motorsports. They rolled pretty heavily, didn't they, Bailey? But they did get the lead lap back. They're sitting in 23rd at the moment. Their last lap time was a 1:56.09. Fastest lap for this car, 1:49.901. Now, put that into context, the leader did a 1:52.72, so, you know, they're on the pace, they're just at the wrong end of the field.
And they've got to battle through all their cars now and try to get the pass cleanly without taking themselves out. That's the priority, most likely, is getting that car straight. It's going to be a hard job to battle through, you know, so many cars. You know, they've got to make 20 more cars up to make it into the podium.
Oh, exactly right. And we're just having a look at a replay here. Pete Sattler looks like he might have outbraked himself going into turn 1. And we'll have a look at what happened here. Yeah, he pretty much outbraked himself, but fortunately, huge runoff in turn 1. So you can pretty much get away with that.
Yeah, they're quite lucky on the size of the track there, compared to some of the parts of the track. It's quite small and very hard to get through, 2-3 wide.
And it's still going on back here in 7th, 8th and 9th, folks. That's Tom Curran fighting Brian Borg and Daniel Trim. And Brian has just got a position, and right behind them, though, is Sean Evans and Jason Bentz going at it.
Yeah, as we said earlier, it's Sean Evans and Jason Bentz. They put on a show, and here it is again, having another battle, trying to get some more positions between each other.
Yeah, they're definitely having a lot of fun out there at the moment. Lap 71 here, folks. 1 hour and 37 until we go time certain, or how many laps do you reckon we've got left? About 50 laps of this race.
About 47 laps to go.
There you go. Maths was never my strong point. Just having a look at the wheel work of Jason Bentz here. I tell you what, he's working the wheel hard as he's going to have a look on the inside here. He thinks twice of it. Bit of smoke up ahead as they break tyres or brakes or whatever you call it, lock brakes, and they go around for another lap. 72 laps down. As we're riding with him, he's top speed 265 kilometres an hour as he locks it and gathers it up at 150 kilometres an hour, and they've got a Redback racing car on the outside. They both funnel through and it's getting a bit sketchy.
In four's pretty much the way Bernie's about 6.5 seconds away from Peter Sattler now. Then it's another 6 seconds back to Gary Cooper, who's having a nice battle with Sean Chappell.
Yeah, the gap out there's definitely spread out, and we're looking at this battle at the moment. Jason Bentz, Sean Evans, and then as you said, Sean Chappell, Dave Oliver, Daniel Trim is the next battle pack. So it looks like Brian as well as Jason, both Laser Racing, are in pretty heavy battles at the moment.
Yeah, Daniels is definitely not going to give up position to Brian Brook. Sorry, give me a second. At the cough there, sorry. Yeah, he's definitely not going to give up position, and he's on the speed he's got. Daniel is very heavily into the sport and does a lot for the community.
We just saw Jason Bentz now take Sean Evans there. Heavy under brakes. Sean though is not going to give up yet. He's going to get another run here. You know, I was totally mistaken. I thought Sean Evans was in PRF, but he's not. He's actually Evolution Racing Team.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly thought he was in a different team also until today I saw he was in ERT.
Yeah, it's just a colour scheme. It looks very similar to the PRF cars that are out there. It's definitely on at the moment. We've also got Braden Bateman and Michael Cracknell going at it, and this is for 9th and 10th. Well, I definitely hope it goes like this to the end of the race. It'll be bump and run. Michael Cracknell there into the back of Braden Bateman.
Yeah, there's a nice battle going on there. Too wide. Braden's going to stick it, see if he can hold it out the whole way through. No, Cracknell will get through.
That was really good driving there by Michael. He came in deep under brakes. I said it was a bump and run. He didn't actually make contact with Braden, but what he did do is force him out wide to set it up. So we can see one of the Redback cars getting it wrong there. That was David Baxter, and I think he's gone into the side of I'm not sure who that was.
That's Braden Bateman, and Braden lost a fair few positions then.
Well, he's actually spun the car, so we'll have a look at this coming into turn 1 here. David actually went in across the ripple strips.
Yeah, I'm just getting replays myself.
So yeah, we're just having a look. He's hit the ripple strip and got into the side of Braden Bateman there that unfortunately couldn't gather it up, and he's spun.
Yeah, it was just an unfortunate racing, so then he was unable to get it up off the ripple strips and not allow him to be pretty much pushed out into the outside of the track. See, if he took probably a wider turn, it looked like he might have been going inside past the zone to grab it. If he took a wider turn into that one, that would have been an easy clean split like normal. Oh, as I see a car, I'm not sure who it is, give me a second.
Yeah, that's the MPMS Evolution Racing Australia or team car in there.
Yeah, the 026 car of Sean Evans. A little bit loose and put it into the wall.
Yeah, and he then had to sit there and wait for the world's longest train to go past. And having a look at the replay here, he's done it all himself, and he lost it under acceleration there and hit the wall pretty heavily. And that's a classic, isn't it, with the V8 supercars, how touchy these cars are and how undergripped they are. It doesn't take much to spin up the tyres and turn them around, as Sean Evans now brings that car in to get service.
Yeah, he'll be straight in there, getting as much fuel as possible. He's about halfway through his stint, so they can afford to go get some fuel. And he'll be back out here as soon as possible to get that car, keeping on the lead lap. Just a quick update on your top 5. Currently in first is Ian Ford by 15 seconds, followed by Gary Cooper. About 2 more seconds down the track, you've got Dave Oliver, and Brian Ball just made a pass on Daniel Trim for 4th. And in 5th, Performance Motorsports, Daniel Trim.
Yeah, so Daniel Trim at the moment's got Brian Borg Laser Racing in front of him. He's also got Jason Bentz from Laser Racing nipping at his heels, and he's definitely got his hands full here. So Bailey, while this battle unfolds, I have a question for you now. After the last broadcast we did together, I mentioned the Malachi Crunch. Did you go and see what I was talking about?
No, to tell you the truth, I've completely forgotten.
Oh, really? Okay. Just saw there Jason Bentz giving Daniel Trim a bit of a rub, and Daniel gathered it up, and they continue this battle. It's definitely a good battle here. Jason Bentz and Daniel Trim, they continue on, and then further back we've got a bit of a gap, so I think this is where the battle is. Jason Bentz now puts it back up on the inside. Does he make the move stick? It looks like he does.
It was a nice pass there, Bernie. I just had a quick look at the Malachi Crunches.
Yeah, it was definitely a nice move there, wasn't it, through the carousel?
Yeah, I only saw the back end of that one, pretty much the final pass of it, but he will now push forward and try to make as much ground up as he can, as he got stuck behind Daniel for a little bit. So he'll be pushing hard that car, pretty much as hard as it'll go.
Yeah, and try to close down on his teammates. So at the moment though, Ian Ford's cleared out, isn't he? 16 seconds as a gap last time by. Then Gary Cooper second as a 2-second gap back to Dave Oliver. And just in front of, behind him is Brian Borg, so in the Laser Racing entry. We can see at the moment Sam Blacklock there in the 91 car. He's making good inroads here. He's up to 15th now, and moving forwards, his last lap was a 1:50.804, and he's pretty much on the money as far as what Ian Ford is doing. So with 1 hour 27 minutes to go, or probably around about 42 laps, the question is, Bailey, does this car have the pace to get up into the top 5? They are 75 seconds down from the lead at the moment.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, I don't think it'd be possible for the top 5 unless everyone had a really bad pit stop. Realistically, they're a second up on a lap, and so every lap they're pretty much gaining a second to a second and a half on everyone, Bernie. So by the time you add up that 40 laps, I don't think it's really possible for the top 5, but possibly top 10 is possible.
Okay, so we'll definitely keep an eye on the progress of this car, folks. To give you an idea of the gap, he's got about 13 seconds before he catches the next car. That's the 31 with Simon Pitt driving, and that's the... bring this up, that is the SDC Motorsport DHM entry. That car did a 151.969. Sam Blacklock did a 155.13. So that is 1.4 seconds. So based on that, he probably won't catch him for about another 7 or 8 laps at this stage. Once he catches him, there's a gap of around about 22 seconds back up to Jamie McKnight in the 323.
Dave Oliver in the Zuva Racing and Brian Ball in the Laser Racing car are having a nice battle. The 3rd and 4th at the moment is... Brian looks like he's got a bit more speed than him, and he's sitting on his tail. He's going, get a move on, let's get racing. They want to get up into that and chase Gary Cooper down at the moment, who's about 3-4 seconds up the track at the moment. So, look, Brian gets a little bit wobbly. Drops the tires a little bit, and then we drop behind Dave Oliver just a little bit, but he'll gain it back as soon as possible. And then up the track a little bit further again. Michael Cracknell and Daniel Trim are having a battle. 5th and 6th position as Daniel Trim follows behind. Quite a fair bit of damage on the car on that left side. And Cracknell's just pushing along this steadily but slowly, busting out about low 151s, and looks like Danny's pushing off low 152, so Cracknell should get a bit of a lead on him now. Not too far up the road again. David Baxter and Brennan Jackson are having a really good battle, and they're very enjoyable to watch. As Baxter just got the pass on Jackson. Sorry, Benny?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, is David just got past Brendan Jackson there, as you said. I'm just looking down where Braden Bateman was. He was 16th, but looks like they may have pitted that car and swapped drivers.
Yeah, Matt Stratford's now in the car, and he'll be doing as much work as he can to get that car up a few more positions. They're now in 18th position, and they're on the verge of going a lap down pretty much. They've got Brent Hobson behind them at the moment. Sorry, Todd Parks. See the 88, and I just go Brent Hobson.
Yeah, and the Race on Oz car's also just pitted. Sam Blacklock's out, Ben Smith is in that car, so we'll see what sort of pace they've got now.
Ian Ford has now got a 20-second lead over Gary Cooper. In the last few laps, he's gained about 4 seconds over him, so he's due. Well, Ian Ford, the way he's pushing it, looks like he's definitely not fuel-saving Bernie at all. But he's just pumping at consistent low 50s and able to gain over Gary at the moment. And a pit stop from the start of the lane to the end of the lane is about 52 seconds. So he's almost got half a pit stop on Gary Cooper.
Yeah, that's when they can start to relax, isn't it, when they get that much of a lead?
Yeah, it's sure, and I have to admit, if he does come up to the commentary box tonight, I have one question to ask him. I wonder, does it, because he's always up front, okay, and it's great to see wins, etc. But I wonder, does he ever want to see a lot of racing, like, with the leaders? Because he's quite often out in front by 10 or more seconds.
Yeah. So what are you saying?
Like, does he want to be with the leaders more often, or is he happy being way out front and smashing the race? I'm sure, obviously everyone wants a race win, okay? So you want to be out in front like that, but consistently 20, 30 seconds in front of the leader. I wonder if he ever just wants to be able to race the leaders.
He probably does, but you know, I think if you were that dominant, you'd probably just take it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, true. It's not an easy skill.
No, it definitely isn't an easy skill, that's for sure. None of these cars are an easy skill. I'm just updating a paint pack here at the moment, if you're wondering what I'm doing, Bailey.
Ah, fair enough.
So yeah, I also haven't drunk my coffee that I made. How long ago was that?
Would have been a good 30 odd minutes ago. Probably more.
Yeah, so it should be just about cold enough to drink. Is that what you're saying?
Drink your coffee cold.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
Don't you? You probably don't drink coffee. Are you allowed to drink coffee?
Yeah, I drink coffee. I have to. When I do my 6 a.m. starts at work, there's no way I'm getting through the morning without the coffee.
I tell you what, Kyle Janes and Matt Stratford are at it at the moment, with Todd Parks right behind them, and they are battling, believe it or not, for 14th, 15th and 16th position.
Yeah, I just jumped over there now, and Brian Bateman, who was in the car before Matt Stratford, and Kyle James, old teammates at HTR, High Tech Racing, with Stratty wants to get a move on. He's looking to push the car up the hill. That's going to benefit Todd Parks a little bit. He gets a bit of a run now.
Yes, they go almost 3 wide, and Todd thinks twice about it. He's not going to send it up in there. But on the inside, we've got the 41. Then the SDC car on the outside. I think that's James on the outside there. But now Todd Parks is going to go the long way around Jane.
Yeah, it looks like he'll possibly get this one, but I don't... Yeah, he does. He gets it. And Kyle drops in behind Todd Parks there. That's Stratty. Then it goes to Todd Parks, then it goes to Kyle James.
Yeah, so it's looking like Todd's trying to get that car back up to the pointy end. We know it's got pace. He's currently sitting in 15th position, though.
Yeah, about 153, a minute and a half behind the leader at the moment. So to make it into pretty much the top 10, you'll need another 45 seconds gain. So we've got a long way home.
Yeah, for sure, and just updating our paint pack. Okay, some of the things I do behind the scenes.
So Ian Ford currently first is on about a 21 lap stint, so he'll be getting ready to hit the next 4 or 5 laps, pretty much 4 or 5 laps now, followed by the Performance Motorsport chassis number 4 of Gary Cooper. In third is Dave Oliver. In fourth is Michael Cracknell. Fifth, David Baxter. And sixth, Brendan Jackson are having an amazing battle at the moment. In seventh is the Redback Racing number 032 of Mark Samuel, who is now in seventh, and Nathan Tregerden in the 067 Stelson Sport 5 is in eighth. Ninth and 10th is Ben Twiddle and Jamie Knight, who gained a couple positions because Daniel Truman, the Performance Motorsport chassis, number 1 inside the pit, and so is Simon Pitt, who's in the SDC Motorsports DHM number 31.
Yeah, so this is lap 82 of 119. There's probably going to be one more pit stop to be made yet. What was that pit window we were talking about, the final one?
The final one will be made between lap 92 and 105, but because people are pitting at lap 83, they will probably make to about lap 110. and people obviously still pit in about 5 laps because the safety cars. Pretty much it's going to play around pit window a little bit.
Okay, we've got a bit of a challenge out here for us from one of the viewers. They want to know our tip for who we think the top 3 are going to be at the end of this race. So, I don't know, should you go first or should I go first?
See, we usually do this before the race, guys, off camera sometimes, and obviously we were a bit rushed tonight, so we didn't get to do this one. At this time, you can't go past Ian for winning this one. Just 26 seconds out front at the moment. The second, I reckon, will be the Zubra Racing Dave Oliver, and third will be another RRT Mick Bracken, I reckon.
So you don't think Gary Cooper's going to, and Forzen Alnabi's going to place? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Dave Oliver and Cracknell have shown speed, and pretty much Oliver's gone from about 6 seconds to 2 seconds behind him now, and Cracknell's not too far behind him.
Yeah, so I reckon I'll agree with you with Ian Ford. I reckon he's going to win this. It's his race to lose. Let's face it, he's the only one up the top 10 that are in the 150s. So he's 25 seconds out. You can't go past him. Second, though, if Forzen Alnabi gets back in that car next stop, I reckon they're in for a shot of holding that second position. If not, it's going to be between Dave Oliver, Michael Cracknell for second and third, with the number 8 probably dropping out. But yeah, I reckon Ian Ford, Dave Oliver, Michael Cracknell would be my pick for the top 3. Is that what you said, or did you have them around the other way?
I had Ford, Oliver, Cracknell.
Yeah, that's what I had.
Can't copy me, Bernie.
Okay, well, Cracknell's going to beat Oliver. There you go. I'm going to mix those two up. But if Forzen Alnabi gets back in the next stop, then it's all bets off because he is fast.
He's quick night. He set the 149.902 for them. So he set. Is that the quickest lap of the race? No, sorry, that's not the quickest lap of the race. Oh wow, I've just noticed it. Ben Smith has set the quickest lap of the race with 149.901, and then Gary. Sorry, no, it wouldn't be Gary. It would be Forzen. It's set a 149.902. So was that 1,000? Yeah, 1,000th of a second of difference.
Yeah, and this is what these guys were saying in the Race on Oz team. I think they're a little bit frustrated. They know they have a fast car. They've set the fastest lap, but because of that first lap incident, their backs have been against the wall, and they're currently sitting in 18th position. And it looks like they might have also gone down a lap as well now. So from my telemetry, we've got a number of cars now down a lap. Are you seeing the same thing?
Let me have a quick look. Yeah, there's quite a fair few cars down a lap right now. I'm not sure if that's because they're pitted. I'm just going to have a look.
Yeah, so it's definitely because they've pitted, so that'll wash out. But at the moment, the 91 folks, the people that are keeping an eye on that, 17th position.
And Brent Hobson hopped back in the Synergy Sim Racing 188 car. They just haven't had the best night at all. So I missed their incident, unfortunately. Well, I'll be back in a few minutes, folks. I'm just going to go have a quick drink.
Yeah, so you know what that means, folks. As soon as Bailey goes off to have a break, all carnage breaks loose, and we're going to have instant action here. So So yeah, it's coming down to the wire here, folks, and it's going to be interesting to see how those top three shake out. Now, you folks on the comm channel here that are watching, you've asked us our top three. What are your top three? You can see now Michael Cracknell starting to put the blowtorch on the back of Dave Oliver. Throws it down the inside. There's going to be contact, but Dave steps aside. Too wide here, and looks like Crackers might make this move stick. Dave's going to think twice. He's going to push him on the outside here and come back at him. And nice move, but you're on the wrong side of the track now, Mr. Cracknell, and you're going to have to try it again. Let's have a look on roof cam, and we can see now riding with Michael Cracknell 227 ERT. As he puts a pressure on Dave Oliver here. They've also caught up to Gary Cooper here now, so it's a race 3 wide as they both go past Gary, and he's slowed to let them through. And now your top three: Ian Ford, Dave Oliver, Michael Cracknell. Gary Cooper sits in 4th. So the thing is, folks, while these two are battling it out, it's just releasing Ian Ford to extend that lead. That lead is now out to 33 seconds. And without any more safety cars going, that's a good 1/3 of a lap lead at the moment. As you can see now, Michael Cracknell starting to put the pressure on Dave Oliver once more. So the battle continues between Michael Cracknell, Dave Oliver. We just saw Ian Ford in the pits at the moment taking service. This should be potentially his final stop here. And he had a huge lead, so we'll let you know what sort of a stop he does, because that's going to set the benchmark for the rest of them as they come in. Very slow stop here for Ian Ford. I guess he's got the time. 43.6 seconds was the total time stopped in the pits, and as we thought, he'll stay in it till the end. But the battle now between Dave Oliver and Michael Cracknell continues, and they have to better. Well, they're going to have a mighty quick stop if they have any chance of catching Ian, because he had a 33-second stop, a lead, sorry. When he came into pit. You can see the live gap at the moment from Michael Cracknell back to Gary Cooper was 6 seconds last time across the line. So all of a sudden the wheels are falling off the this car as the laps unfold, and even if Forzen jumps in this car, I don't know if he'll have enough time to catch the other two up front. So we'll see if Dave Oliver, Michael Cracknell comes into the pit at the moment. So looking at it, we have ERT first and third, and Zuva Racing is in second as they both come into the pit. So this is going to test out their pit crew. We'll keep an eye on this because Michael could jump Dave here in the pit strategy. See Dave Oliver now coming to a stop and starts to take service. Michael Cracknell further down. Can see Dave Oliver's out. Henry King jumps in to the Supercar for the final stop here tonight. Also, it looks like Ryan O'Sullivan's jumping in, replacing Michael Cracknell. So both driver changes there, Bailey.
Yeah, quite interesting. I've just been watching the back of the pack. Michael Hammond and Ben Smith, they're absolutely going at it. They're not giving it up one bit. As they've been crossing back and forward positions for about half a lap now. I've just been smiling during at this battle. I just feel coffee.
At least you got coffee. But
I'll be back. I'm going to go detail.
Alright. Yeah, folks, if you didn't... Oh, as Ben Smith gets it all crossed up there under acceleration and away they go. Bit of an update at the moment on Henry King. His stop, 43.7 seconds, and he's actually bettered Ryan O'Sullivan by 3 seconds. He did a 46.8 second stop. So at the moment, after those stops, Gary Cooper leads 16 seconds in front of Ian Ford. Then you've got Daniel Trim in second, Brian Borg third, fourth, Matt Stratford fifth, Henry King sixth, Aaron Lee seventh. We're keeping an eye on this battle between Ben Smith, Michael Hammond. I think these guys would be racing at the front of the field, but they're not. They're down 17th and 18th. If you're wondering where Bailey's gone, folks, he spilt his coffee. So he's got to go and mop it up.
I'm back and I have a tea towel.
Yeah, I was just telling all the viewers about your predicament.
Okay. Start. Doing well. I'm half awake now. I've drinking it all almost already.
Yeah, I'm not going to even attempt mine because I'd probably spill mine and then you'd have revenge at laughing at me as well.
I don't even think I've boiled mine. That's cold. Anyway. Yeah, that battle between Hammond and Smith is still going on. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're definitely going for it, aren't they? In 17th and 18th, we're having a look here at Gary Cooper, the leader at the moment. He has to be bringing this car in soon. And just listening to it, I'm not sure what's going on there. He's just downshifting it, I think. Or he's running out of fuel? What's going on? He's run out of fuel?
He's at 20. He'll be pitting no matter what this lap, I can tell you that. He'll be that long of fuel. He's on a 28.8 lap stint.
Yeah, he's out of fuel. The car just cut out.
Can he make it?
Yeah, there it goes again. It's going to be close, isn't it? He's definitely out of fuel. As he's coming into the corner, it's dying, and then it's picking up at the exit. He's bringing
that
it
could
in.
almost be a black flag for entry.
He's bringing that in. The thing is, when you're running out of fuel like that, you don't want to stop too much, do you? Because if you do, you may not get the engine started.
Yeah, and as he come in there, Bernie, the two, I'm not 100% sure how it works, but two wheels went way over the line of the pit line, so there could be a possibility that's an illegal pit entrance, but I think it should be all good.
Yeah, we're having a look at what you're saying there. He's definitely had two wheels across that yellow line, and it'll be interesting to see if he does get a pit lane penalty for that. I tell you what.
Back in the car.
Yeah, and how we've got 29 laps of this race to go, or an hour and 2 minutes until we go time certain.
Well, 29 laps to go, they'll have to pit again. And Ford will be going fuel saving mode, I think, because they get about, he had 29 laps on the dot, and Ian Ford's already flapped into his stint.
That's right. So, and I think they're going to have to do, these guys are going to have to do one more stop. But what was that window again? It was 28 laps or something, 26 laps?
So they can do about 25 to 28 laps, an average team. He pushed that 29, you saw how much he was running out of fuel.
Yeah, pretty much. He was right on the edge.
Yeah, for sure. If he was halfway through the lap, he wouldn't have made it at all, and that would have been night over for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we just had word from one of our viewers out there regarding the pit lane entry. Apparently, iRacing doesn't ping you on the entry; it's on the exit that they hand out the penalties.
Oh, that's good to know. I didn't really know that one. I knew it was on the exit, but other tracks like is it Okayama, they have the weird pit entrance where you got to go all the way around the corner.
Okayama, no, they've got the chicane. No, yeah, you're right, they do. But I'm not sure how that one works, but yeah, it looks like only on exit they're going to ping them, not on entry.
Yeah, that's all good. Then he'll be good too. But yeah, Thornton will be pushing it at the limit though. So the thing is, will he make the 29 laps, or will he push it early on and start fuel saving and trying to make it all on one stop? And there's a possibility he'll have the win here if he can make the whole 29 laps on one tank.
Yeah, well, he's got to fuel save three laps though, doesn't he? In 29 laps.
So we've got about 28 to go, just about, and he's used 1 lap of fuel already, so he'll be pushing it.
Yeah, we're riding with him at the moment just to see what he's doing. He doesn't sound like he's fuel saving. I'm not sure if Forzen would know how to fuel save. I think he only knows one speed, and that's fast.
That's also true, Bernie.
So yeah, they're down in 15th at the moment, 68 seconds off the lead. So I think you're right. I think if this car's going to win, they're going to have to do something a bit sneaky, such as potentially fuel saving, but I don't think you can save 3 laps in 29 laps.
No, and I don't think, even though Ian Ford is the fuel saving master, we call him, I don't think he'll make it either. In all honesty, I don't think anyone in the top 10 can actually make it to the end. Everyone in the top 10 is going to have to hit again. So that's going to play a very weird twist at the end, and who's going to pit when, and who's going to drop a few positions to try and make him back up at the end, and when everyone comes in to pit.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely interesting. I tell you what, we've started a bit of a debate here about pit lane pinging and exiting. One person said they actually got pinged at Okayama for a late pit entry. So, yeah. The result of this discussion, folks, is I don't have the answer.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit of a weird one. I know Okayama you can get pinged for not entering correctly. But some tracks, obviously, they do give it a bit of lenient, and obviously this one does too. Well, Bernie, we've got up in the comm box at the moment. David, welcome back up to the comm box, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you're probably a bit more relaxed now, David. You're out of the hot car. You've got Aaron Lee in the car at the moment, sitting in 6th position and battling it out with Henry King.
Yeah, no, Aaron's going alright. He definitely doesn't like the V8. Complained about the setup, but you just got to grin and bear it. One more stint and I'll hop back in and finish it off. So for that last restart, we just got bashed pillar to post, and yeah, had to put up with it.
Yeah, we saw you drop a few positions there, and so I thought Aaron was all over the V8. I thought he loved it. So has he fallen out of love with it, or is it just a setup he's not comfortable with?
He loves it when he's got a good setup, so at the moment he's not liking this one, so...
Yeah, he's just stepped it right out in the final corner there and gathered it up, so he's a passionate driver, one would say, so I can understand what was probably being said under the helmet at the moment.
He's pretty quiet at the moment, so he's just concentrating, trying to catch Henry again and try and catch the boys in front if he can.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, it's been a strong performance by this car, that's for sure. I think you guys have been in the top 10 pretty much all night, currently sitting in 6th. And so what's the target? How far do you think you can get this car up the grid by the end of this race?
Bernie, we're just hoping to finish like we usually get bloody taken out by someone or caught behind safety cars and stuff like that. So this will be at the moment, this is our best sort of... Well, it's not our best position. We were a better position last race at Gilles until my bloody computer wouldn't work and couldn't join the race. We had to pull out. So it's pretty much on par at the moment to our best performance this season, but we'd definitely like to be a bit quicker. Yeah,
well, sitting in 6th, I reckon you guys could get up to 5th. That's my prediction. Possibly 4th if you jump in the car and really wring its neck.
Yeah, well, we could even get a little bit higher, hopefully, if all things go to plan, because like Daniel Truman, he's just pitting now, and he was not that far up the road in front of us, so the car's hanging, well, for me, he's hanging on the whole stint pretty well. Aaron's struggling with understeer with it, so just totally different driving styles, and without the chance for enough practice lately, we just haven't been able to tune the set for both of us.
Yeah, fair enough, and I guess there's not much he can do with it when he's out there, is he? I guess, is there anything he can adjust, like his anti-roll bars or anything like that?
Yeah, just the anti-roll bars and tyre pressures, but the tyre pressures have been pretty good. He's been playing with the roll bars to make it a bit better, but he's still not 100% comfortable with it.
Yeah, fair enough. I know one team we're speaking to, they all had different preferences with their brake bias settings. So whenever another driver would jump in, they'd have to go and change all the brake bias to suit them and change it for the next driver when they jumped in.
To be honest, we're pretty lucky. It's Aaron and I can sort of run pretty much the same set. It just depends whether it suits him enough or not. But yeah, I've really liked Watkins Glen, and yeah, always seem to sort of be able to do reasonably well here if I get a clean run without getting knocked around. Yeah,
well, I won't put the mockers on you, but hopefully the clean run will continue. How's your other cars out there going? I think we've got Stuart. Who have you got out there? You've got the 149. I saw that out there.
Yeah, 149. That's Tom Curran and Stephen Varga at the moment. I'm not sure, I'm just trying to find out where they're running. They're running, what is it, 12th at the moment, so yeah, they're not doing too bad. I think they were nearly a lap down there at one stage. They just sort of got back, and the other boys is the 32 of Mark Samuels and Ian Bird, and they're running 11th, so yeah, we're all doing reasonably well. So they haven't had any major damage that I know of. They've had a little bit of panel damage, but nothing that really made them pit and lose any time.
Fantastic. That's a good showing of all three Redback cars, that's for sure. So well done on that. Before I let you go, I'm going to see if Bailey's got any more questions for you, and then we'll do the sponsor shout out.
Yeah, nothing at the moment, David. I'm just having a quick look through my computer. I've lost the file I quite quickly need, but Bernie, you can continue.
Fair enough. Yeah, Paul Bailey's built coffee down him and all sorts of stuff. But anyway, Dave, I'll get you to shout out your sponsors, and I'll let you go so you can prepare to jump into this car with the number 031.
No worries, thanks, Bernie. Yeah, just like to thank Secura Safe Storage, RRTV, and Marty from SDC for his support, and all the guys in the team for their hard effort.
Yeah, fantastic. And how's Marty going these days? I haven't seen him out on track. Is he alright, or...?
Yeah, he's getting back on his feet and concentrating on other things at the moment, so yeah, you'll see him around again shortly.
Fantastic. No worries. Well, thanks, Dave, for popping in. We're seeing Aaron out there, and best of luck for your final stint.
No worries, thanks guys.
So I've also got Dave Oliver down there for an interview. We'll bring him up and then we'll get back into this race. But at the moment, folks, Ian Ford is leading. 17.7 seconds is the gap back to Brian Borg for Laser Racing. Third at the moment, 40 seconds down, is Matt Stratford. And fourth, Henry King. And we'll get Dave on in a minute. Then rounding out your top five is Aaron Lee for Redback Racing. Hi Dave, welcome to RRTV's Combox. We're having a look at your car at the moment, sitting in fourth, and looks like you had a great battle out there for a while.
Hi Bailey, hi Bernie, hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's been a decent race so far. So yeah, up in fourth at the moment, which is pretty good, and hopefully stay in podium contention.
Yeah, fantastic. And let Henry know when you speak to him, I did try to update your paints with the TGA file he sent me, but for whatever reason it's still stuck on the old paint scheme. So I'm going to have to go in and delete it after the broadcast and try and fix it.
No worries.
So yeah, I did my very best, so there's something going on there. But as far as end strategy goes, I think we've got one more pit stop to go. Can you tell us who you think's going to finish this race, or is that a secret?
And we'll finish without another stop, for sure. And so yeah, hopefully we're potentially borderline, but yeah, see how it goes.
Okay. Yeah, so you reckon Ian's going to get through without having to stop again? We sort of thought he'd have to stop.
No, I think it was lap 87 or 88 was around the figure. So there's a few guys there that will potentially have to, if they're not extremely good at fuel saving, they'll have to pit and do a splash.
Yeah, well, considering it, because he's been pumping out some pretty quick lap times, it doesn't look like he's fuel saving as of yet. He's still gaining on, all the guys up ahead, and he's on a pretty big stint at the moment. We've got 20, or just under 22 laps to go now, and he's 11 laps in. We're not 100% sure. I think you can run about 28, 29 laps with a tank, am I correct?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so he'd be pushing it, he'd have to fuel save the last few laps, or the last 15 odd laps quite heavily to be able to have a chance of running it off one tank, but having such a big lead over Brian Borg, would he be able to fuel save and be able to hold out that win without it hitting?
Potentially, yeah, because all you'd have to do, he may not even be properly fuel, he can be fuel saving by just lifting off on the big straights, like 50 metres, 100 metres earlier, and it wouldn't matter to his times. So, and all he has to do, if you started early enough, is save, 0.2, 0.3 of a litre a lap, and you'll make it, so.
Yeah.
Go Bailey, you're talking?
Nah, you're good. I was only talking, you weren't talking.
Oh no, I normally...
I know that feeling.
Yeah, no, we're just riding with Ian at the moment to see if he is. He doesn't seem to be lifting any earlier than he normally does, and he's revving it, so I think they're just going flat out, knowing they're going to have to make another stop.
Yeah, you never know with Ian, he's extremely good at that fuel saving, so you never know. Yeah, he could be doing a splash and dash, he may not be, but either way, it'll be nice and exciting. put everyone on their toes.
Yeah, well, the question I have for you, though, is we want to get the focus back on your car, and that is, where do you guys think you're going to finish tonight, and do you have to make another stop? And if so, are you back in the car, or is Henry going to take it home? Now, these are the hard questions, Dave.
Podium. Hopefully second. Not too sure on the fuel stop yet, and no, I won't be getting back in the car. Straight after this, I'm heading to bed, so...
Fair enough. You got to learn the no comment. So you've enjoyed yourself in the V8 tonight?
Yeah, it was good, jumped in, hadn't driven since Monza, so, especially in the V8, so yeah, jumped in during practice and kind of tuned in a bit of a setup after qualifying, last minute adjustments like always, and just churn away, sit in the pack, and then let strategy play.
Yeah, I was pretty excited to see the Facebook feed when for Zuva Racing showing you out there practicing, so it was great to see you out here tonight having a run.
And practice crashing.
Yeah, but you're definitely having some great battles out there tonight.
Yeah, it's really close. Even with this boot version, it's probably as close as it would be even if we had the road oval version without the boot. So it's real close, and you gotta be real committed on your passes and stuff. I know there was one or two little bumps there that I had with one or two people, which I know Brenton O'Brien early on in the race, and I gave that spot back and a few more as well. And there's one or two other little bumps and stuff, but because you're just so close, it's it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, well, we saw a few guys going almost 4 wide into turn 1 at the start, and we all sort of held our breath, but everyone sort of backed out of it, which was good. But before we let you go, though, Dave, we should let you shout out to your sponsors and let you go to bed.
Yeah, well, firstly, thanks for Henry for having me in the car again. So, a lot of fun. And Zuvo, and special thanks here to ANZ and to SSR for letting me have a run. So, and thank you to you guys for doing a great job, and for Nick as well. So,
fantastic. Well, I think you've thanked everyone, so now we'll let you go to sleep. Have a good sleep, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, heading to another racetrack tomorrow, so yeah. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, no worries. Are you doing photography tomorrow?
Yeah, mate.
Awesome. Have fun.
Will do. Catch you guys.
Yeah. Well, Bernie, that's another set of interviews over and done with, and we'll jump back onto the race now. As Brian Borg's taking it down pit lane.
Yeah, he's coming in for his final stop now, and we'll see what sort of a stop he makes. This car it's been getting better as the night goes on, isn't it? Sitting in second, and we'll see what sort of a stop. We've got Henry King, we know he's staying in the car, he just goes past to take that position, and then we've got Aaron Lee also coming through. That both these guys have to stop, and then Ryan O'Sullivan, that's the car Michael Cracknell was driving, sitting in fourth. I still think it's anyone's race as far as second and third goes. The gap to Ian Ford is like 53 seconds though.
It is a huge gap, and he would come in the pit right now, and he probably almost would be still out in the lead. Tell you the truth, depending on his oh my goodness, his stop time. Brian Borg did a 25.8 second on the jacks, so when a normal stop, like full tank, is about a 43 second stop, Bernie. So he's definitely hasn't had to take as much fuel, obviously, but hopefully that's enough to take it to the end.
Yeah, and as this race goes on, the pit stops should get quicker because they'll be taking on less fuel. And I guess he's chosen to, just splash and dash. I don't know if he's chucked any tyres on this car at the same time. But yeah, it's a bit tricky on the V8 to know that.
Oh, you expect him to, just safe that it is. So a full tank of fuel and tyres, the tyres only take an extra second, or is it the fuel that takes an extra second? Don't count me on which way it is. So usually they take it, and I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't take the tyres, to tell you the truth. Just to give him a little bit of a chance at trying to push this car as fast as possible. Because he does have a lot of ground to make up on any Ford.
Yeah, and the taking tyres in a V8 supercar isn't the deficit that it would be like in a GT3, because they can pretty much do the tyres as they fuel these things, which always makes it a bit tricky as a commentator to know exactly what each team's doing. We'll assume they're taking tyres, as you said, and yeah, keep it simple. So at the moment we've got Henry King in second, Aaron Lee third. He's 3 seconds down the track. Ryan O'Sullivan, he's another 2 seconds down. So these three are having a great battle. Fawzan El Nabi, he's 6 seconds behind Ryan O'Sullivan at the moment. His last lap time was a 1:53.42. The fastest this car's done is a 1:49.890. So he's still, he's still in contention here.
Yeah, he is, but he will have to get there. Everyone but Brian Broad and Michael Kalinchik will have to pit once more. They're everyone in the top 10. Those two are the only ones who won't have to pit again, but everyone else will have to pit, so Fawzan El Nabi will have a chance of making the podium here. It depends how quickly he can push the car off the road.
Yeah, he's basically got to close in on them. I think he'll be one of the last to pit out of the top 4, which means theoretically he should have the quickest stop, because he's going to need less fuel to get to the end. So I guess his job at the moment is close that deficit in, have the quickest pit stop, and then try and get that car back out onto the podium, as we see now Aaron Lee bringing the Secura sponsored Ford into the pits, and we expect David Baxter to jump into that car to take it home. So here we can see now David Baxter's into that car. They're currently sitting down in 11th, and I'll let the viewers know once they come out what sort of a stop they did. So they're still sitting there at the moment. Very long stop for this car, and we can see Ian Ford now coming through to put a lap down on them. So yeah, 31.4 second stop for the Redback team, and they're down into 13th at the moment. So I'm going to have some of my coffee now. It should be cold enough to drink.
Fair enough, Bernie. Yeah, so it looks like pretty much only 13 cars are on the lead lap at the moment, but obviously a fair few of those cars will get their lap back, as Bernie said earlier when Ian Ford comes in the pit, because he's 16.5 laps into his stint, and there's 16 laps to go, so that obviously, do the math, means he's going to do a 32 lap stint, which isn't really possible. Then Henry King behind him, he'll have to pit again. He won't be able to make 52 laps stint either. No, sorry, 31 lap. And again, Ryan O'Sullivan, another one the exact same as Henry King. Fawzan El Nabi will do a 20. He has a chance at making the pit. So Henry King and Brian Broad into pit lane, along with Thomas Hinds in the PFR Pagnian number 2. But Fawzan can fuel save, like sorry, trying to get the right name. I do not want to stuff this up.
Okay, Henry King's completed his pit stop, 12.5 seconds.
There you go. So a very short pit stop for Henry King, and it would probably be just as short for everyone else. But Gary Cooper lasted 29 laps, and if Fawzan El Nabi can hold off that whole 29 laps like he did, there's a chance that he'll make it on one tank and have a crack at the win here over Ian Ford, who definitely will be pitting.
Yeah, definitely. So the wash-up of all that is Forzan can go as far as his teammate did. He could make it, but the thing is, his last lap time was a 150-100, where his teammate was lapping in the 152s towards the 153s by the end of his stint.
Yeah, so I honestly don't see it happening.
Yeah, I reckon what he's going to do, here's my mad theory. Forzan knows one speed, that's flat out, so his job is to close in on all these guys and do a really short stop and jump more. That's my theory.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
I've asked all the viewers out there, none of them would even give me their top three. So I say to you all out there, you're all chicken.
Apparently, Nathan reckons you've got a nice coffee. The last yellow was bloody a long time ago.
Yeah, that's when I made it. So he's right, it is a nice coffee now. But it's a nice iced coffee, although I need a new coffee machine because half of it gets poured down the, not in the cup, let's say, it goes everywhere else.
The bit weird.
Oh, it's an old coffee machine. It probably needs replacing. It's probably about 6 years old.
Oh yeah, definitely. All the tubing's probably screwed on it.
I'd say so. So I tell you what, the gap is now 62 seconds from Ian Ford to Ryan O'Sullivan in second. Forzan El Nabi though is right behind Ryan, and he's going to be fighting for this position very shortly.
He's going to give Ryan a crack for sure.
Oh yeah.
Laps, he'll probably even get the pass on him, I reckon.
Yeah, well, he's the fastest car out there at the moment. He's done a 150-153 last time by. You can just hear him going through the gears. And he's closed up 0.5 of a second on both Ian and Ryan in the last lap. We'll see what he does this time through. Just see he's getting a good run out of that final corner there onto the straight, and his last lap time was a 151.97 compared to Ryan O'Sullivan's 151.515. So it's interesting. I think Ryan might be looking in his mirrors a bit, and it's slowing him down.
Yeah, he's definitely probably a little bit scared that he's coming up behind quite quickly to the gap closes again over the hill. It's crazy how quickly their gap close as it goes closer again. They're within a second of each other, and he's pretty much on his bumper now, Ben.
He certainly is. He's closed right up. He's going to make this move as quickly as he can. And yeah, I reckon Ryan's been watching the mirrors because it's a bit of a trap, isn't it? I make the same mistake. Oh, Forzan goes on the outside a bit, and I think Ryan was a bit surprised how deep he went in under brakes. Now Forzan's going to have to go on the outside. What do you reckon? I don't think he can make it there.
Definitely not there, but he'll try to get the run. That's probably why the outside then try to get the run up in that corner.
Yeah, he's going to... yeah, Ryan's going defensive again, covering him off, comes back across the track. And he's got to watch that double move.
He's looking to do on the outside every time.
I don't think he's got an option though, because Ryan's covering him off really well.
Ryan does a very good drive when it's needed.
Yeah, and he's basically covering his bases really well, and he's not given Forzan an opening. And when Forzan looks like he's got an opening, Ryan's covering it off.
Forzen put down a 151.433 and Ryan did a 151.69. So Forzen has still got the quicker time out there.
He certainly does, but he doesn't have the pace while he's caught up behind Ryan at the moment, and this is going to be helping the other guys like Brian Borg, who's not that far down from both of these guys at the moment. Yeah, there was a bit of a serve there, and Forzen starting to lose patience. He wants to get through because he knows Brian Borg is right behind him. Now they've got to make sure they do this cleanly. And again, Forzen's up the inside. I tell you what, another bump. And Ryan's covering him off. Brian Borg's now on the inside of Forzen.
Oh! Jeez, it looked like he did a bump then. And am I correct, Ryan has got quite a fair bit of damage on the left side and the right side, don't he?
Yeah, he does, and he's getting more damage on the rear bumper as Forzen keeps on tapping him. But now Brian Borg's in.
Oh! Brian Borg takes Ryan off the track and gets through both of them. And that could be Ryan's race over. He puts that one in the wall, and now it's Forzen's time to get revenge for Ryan, I think. You want to grab a replay on that one, Bernie?
Yeah, I'm grabbing it. I tell you what, though, I was surprised. I didn't think Brian was going to send it. I was expecting Forzen and Ryan to get caught up on here. We'll get on the super slow-mo.
Jesus, late on the really deep on braking.
Yeah, I think what's happened is he's tried to go on the inside there, and he's out-braked himself, but he's also misjudged where Ryan was on the track, and he's given him a big serve.
And while you're getting that replay ready, Forzen is now past Brian Borg, by the way.
Yeah, we're just having a look at the super slow-mo here of Ryan basically running off in the fence. I just want to see if he's got much damage to that car. And, yeah, that's an unfortunate incident, isn't it?
Yeah, he's brought it in the pit lane. Might be it for the ERT number 227 of Ryan O'Sullivan. That was a wonderful drive. Nope, they're back out on track in 8th position. Great set and bring that car back out.
Yeah. So we can see the battle here. Forzen El Nabi, Brian Borg continues without Ryan O'Sullivan. And it's quite a shame to see that car go out like that, because they've been a very, very strong competitor tonight.
Oh, they've been here all night. Their name keeps popping up in the top 5, 10 area, and when that happens, you know you've had a great drive. And it was just unfortunate, yeah, as you said, it happened that way, and it's late in the race.
Yeah, definitely. But at the moment, where's Henry King? He's down in 5th, 94 seconds down. Forzen El Nabi second. We know he's got to stop again. So who else has to stop out there? I think it's pretty much just him, and not sure about Michael Talenjak. We haven't seen much of him tonight.
Michael Talenjak's currently in 4th position, sitting about 19 seconds behind the two who are battling. Bernie.
Yeah, so I reckon the pit stops must be just about done and dusted here. The only one question mark is Forzen El Nabi. He may still need to stop. So he's really got to now get a big gap if he's got any hope of getting on the podium.
So, out of everyone in the top 10 so far, Ian Ford still needs to pit. He's on a 22 lap stint with 10 laps to go. So he will 100% have to pit. Forzen El Nabi, I don't believe he will make it with the amount of fuel he's putting into his laps at the moment. Michael Tellinge will make it. Paul Parjavara from Stealth Sim Sport, who's currently sitting in 6th, is on a 21 lap stint, will have to pit. Everyone else in the top 10 will not have to pit.
Okay, so basically Ian Ford, he's got a big enough gap to pit, so it's not going to change his position. Really, Forzen's got to pit, but that means Brian Borg will move up to 2nd, Talenjak 3rd, King 4th at this point in time.
And Chit's last pit stop was a 36.4 on the jack, so I'm sure they've got enough fuel in that thing to make sure it will last.
Yeah, so it looks like even though Performance Motorsports Chassis is in second, they are highly likely not to get to the podium tonight. Is that what we're going to call, or aren't you sure?
Yeah, I think so. What was it? I said Ford, King, well, Oliver, and then who else did we say was it?
We had Ryan O'Sullivan's car up there as second, but they're obviously not going to get there now after that incident.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But yeah, we had them down for potentially a second position, with Oliver and Henry King third, I think it was.
Correct. When Oliver and Henry King is still possible for a second or a third. I don't know about a second late in the race.
Yeah, but it's looking good, I think, for Brian Borg Laser Racing, potentially taking this second spot. So it's got all quiet all of a sudden. We've got 9 laps of this race to go, folks. 25 minutes till we go time certain. We're definitely not going to be here for another 25 minutes, that's for sure.
You always pull a yellow out. Imagine that. Yellow flag with 9 to go. Brian Borg's still holding in on Forza and El Nabi as he pulls into the pits now, so I was just about to say Brian Borg's still holding in with him. He wasn't really making any escape there, Bernie.
Yeah, so this is going to allow Michael Talansik to come through into third position since Forza El Nabi's in. And where's Henry King? He's probably going to come up into fourth position.
Yeah, Henry King's about another 10 seconds down the road behind Michael Talansik. So he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to make it in there. So Henry King's running about high 151s, low 152s, and Michael Talansik is running low 151s. So at this point in time, Henry King might not even have enough fuel to make it to the end of the fuel saving, due to just that lap time is not what he usually runs.
Yeah, and he didn't catch Forza, and Forza did an 8.9 second stop, so he's now on the way home. So he's got to now pull in Michael Talansik, who's probably about 6 seconds up the road. Potentially he could catch him. And Brian Borg, he's way up the road. He'll definitely not catch him.
I wonder how long Ian Ford will stay up for. I wonder if he'll just run his tank empty, or if he's got a bag under his tree of tricks. Yeah, so I'm too tired. Don't even ask, Bernie.
A bag under a tree. It sounds like he's now Santa Claus or something.
Yeah, I don't know where I was getting that then. But yeah, I wonder if he's had a plan. He's gonna make it all along. I don't see it happening.
I don't know. He's so far up the road he could afford a pit stop. He's now putting a lap down on his teammate Ryan O'Sullivan, who's sitting in 7th, and I reckon Ryan wouldn't be too happy at the moment.
No, I don't think he'll be too happy at all. But there's a possibility can. Nah, sorry. I read the wrong distance. I thought he was a second behind Matt Stratford. He's actually 10 seconds. So that looks like he might be sitting in 7th position there for the race.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's 9 seconds down from the next person, which is Matt Stratford. So you know, he'll probably sit there. But then again, you know, with this many laps to go, Ian might choose just to sit behind his teammate, draft him, and do a little bit of sly fuel saving here.
There's always a possibility. His last lap was about a 150, a low 151. The lap times are getting slower.
Yeah, he's definitely rolling out of it now as we're on the on it. He's definitely going to try and get this car home without having to pit it, because he's really rolling out of it now and just sitting in behind his teammate, and they're probably just going to get him to try and tow him as far as he can.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised at all if that's what's going off in there. They're into their garage at the moment. I'd just like to point out the number 88 Brenton Hobson threw the quickest lap time down today for 1:49.487. The second quickest went to Ian for 1:49.816, so 4/10 quicker than any lap today.
Yeah, and the 88 was looking really strong up until that big incident earlier on tonight, and which has sort of cost them a potential podium finish. But then again, that's endurance racing, and that's what makes these races so challenging.
Oh, for sure, Bernie. That's like, they're like, for sure is like my words I go to when I'm yawning.
I don't even know what a for sure is, and Ian Ford's in.
There he goes. How long will be on the jacks for? That's the question now.
Well, Forzen did an 8.9 second stop. I reckon we're going to see a 7.4 second stop.
I'm going to go a 6.2.
Okay. We need a little timer that flicks up so people can see it. Okay, he's on the jacks now. 7.4 is what I'm going for. And he's swapping drivers. Luke Harvey's going to finish the race. Well, that's a surprise.
Well, they've got the time to do it. They're a minute 10 up when they come in, so they're 40 seconds in pit lane at the moment. They've got another 30 seconds of mucking around in there. Another 20 seconds of mucking around in there.
So now, where's Brian? He's coming up to the second last corner, and Luke Harvey's out. 30.9 seconds was their final stop.
It'd be quite interesting, though he did make his laps, we know, but it'd be interesting if Luke Harvey didn't actually make his laps.
Oh, okay. He definitely did make his laps, though, didn't he?
Yeah, he made like 45 laps, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I reckon this is a move just to let Luke take the checkered flag, you know, because I think Ian normally takes a checkered flag most of the time, doesn't he?
Yeah, usually. And when they've got the time to do it, it's great.
Oh, it's awesome. It's really good. Good to see Brian now. He's a fair ways down from Luke. I don't think there's much of a chance of him catching him. And where's Paul Talinsich? I'm trying, guys. I'm getting closer, I think. Talinsich, I think they said.
No, sorry, before it's Talinsich.
Talinsich. Yeah.
There you go. One day.
But Forzen's closing in on him, you know. So that gap now, 3 seconds. And the last lap Forzen did was a 1:49.499.
There's a possibility of podium here for Forzen. He's looking at it and thinking about it. He's definitely got a lot of fuel in the tank.
Oh, definitely. If he did a 1:49.499, Michael did a 1:59.42. So he's going to be all over the back of him before Michael can sneeze. And it's going to be on. But Forzen can close up. The question is, can he get past him? And we've got 5 laps of this race to go.
Yeah, I wonder what the team orders would be, if it would be race to the end and good luck, boys, or if it's going to be one goes this way or one goes the other way.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if they come together, I wouldn't want to be in the debriefing, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think I'd stay out of that box.
So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do here. Both Performance Motorsport. Is there going to be team orders, or are they just going to let them go for it?
You'd have to let them go for it. It's a long race. They're about 2 seconds difference now, so Forsen's definitely got the speed at the moment.
Yeah, well, we'll soon find out. He's closing in. His last lap was a 1:49.606. Michael did a 1:51.001. So he's closing at a great rate, that's for sure.
He was making it about 1 second right. Now there's 1 second difference, so... And he gets a wonderful run off the corner.
It certainly does, and the car's really performing well, isn't it, this late in the race?
Oh, they've done a wonderful job, the Motorsport guys. They're 3, 4, and 5 at the moment.
Yeah, it's a fantastic effort, that's for sure. And the last one out there's Matt Stratford for their team, and he's under a lot of pressure from Henry King. Henry really wants to get this car into a top 5 position.
Yeah, Matt Stratford will do what it takes to hold it on the position there for him and Brian Bateman today. We've done a wonderful job in the earlier on having an incident in turn number 1 where they got a bit of contact with, was it Brian Borg?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, early on with Brian Borg, and unfortunately lost a fair few positions due to that. But they've got the job done and they're in the top 6 confirmed, but will he be able to hold them to that 5th position? They get 3, 4, 5 for Performance Motorsports.
I'm just laughing because every time we pronounce someone's name, one of our viewers keeps on correcting us. It's quite funny.
It's a great crowd out tonight. We've had watching the stream, and good to see everyone getting involved, and we thank you guys for coming along and joining us live from the track.
Yeah, it's awesome having the communication from the viewers to us and backwards and forwards. It makes this so much more enjoyable for everyone, and yeah, it's a great crowd. So thanks to everyone who's tuned in tonight. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. 4 laps to go, the race is winding down, but Sunday night, if you like your skip barbers, come and join me and Kevin Henderson. We're to call the Australian New Zealand skip barbers, Oz skips they call them. Sunday night, you normally see Alex McKellar in the booth calling the Monday night races. Well, he'll be out on track running, so that'll be fun to see how he goes. Then of course Monday night we're back for the Monday night Skip Barber Lights Aussie Strength of Field race, and I'll tell you what, Bailey, last week we had quite a lot of Europeans join the server, and the Aussie took out the Strength of Field race, but the next Aussie was down about 7th. The rest were Europeans, so we're definitely getting a lot of interest in that race.
Yeah, the Europeans love their skippies.
Yeah, and they're coming down here because that, as we can see now, Forzen starting to work on the back of Michael. They're coming down here to race because that Strength of Field race is generally in the top 5 in the world just about every week at the moment. So we can see Matt Stratford out here. He's holding off Henry King. Henry's closed up, but whether he can make a move in 3 laps is another question. Forzen is also now on the back of Michael, and whether he can make a move is another question. But apart from that, it looks like Luke Harvey's going to win unless something catastrophic happens with Brian Borg in 2nd, and then these two are going to be taking it out on the podium. See now, Forzen, he's just sitting behind his teammate, taunting him, going backwards and forwards, playing with him. It's like a cat playing with a mouse at the moment.
He's really wanting that path. He's going, get going.
Yeah, we're going to have to tell Forzen that he shouldn't play with his dinner. He should just eat it and be done with it.
Nah, I think he'd be happy for Michael to get a podium tonight. Michael. Sorry.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. I reckon this is the way they're going to finish. Forzen's happy to sit behind him. He's just mucking around with him at the moment, and I'd say these guys are going to go for a 3rd and 4th finish here.
Yeah, Michael and Danny have done a great job tonight at bringing the car home how they have. Didn't see him early on in the race, but now that they've come back to come into a podium, they've done a wonderful job.
Certainly have. They've come out of nowhere, really, have they? Well, they haven't come out of nowhere. They've been there. They've just flown under the radar. Okay, so what do you think's going to happen here? Yeah, Forzen's just playing at the moment, I think. Which, but they've got to watch this playing because... yeah, I'm not even going to say it. Further back, though, we've got Matt Stratford now, Henry King. These guys won't be mucking around, I'm sure of it. And they're racing for position as we speak.
Yeah, I just had a quick look in the PMS team garage, and there's no... I don't know if there's communication privately going on, but they're all in different channels, and I don't know if there's any communication going on who's gonna do what the finger out was, and just courtesy of will give Matt the win and the crown him. Oh, I think he gets close, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Is he's mucking around weaving, and we're down to the last lap, and Michael there out-braked himself, and yeah, it's definitely how they're going to finish. But we're down to the last lap now, folks, and Luke Harvey should bring this car home. As far as what's happening with Henry King, well, these two are still battling, and yes, everyone's sort of gone all quiet.
Yeah, it's obviously over 4 hours of racing, the field spreads out a lot more than lap number, the first 20 laps when it was hectic and calling crashes here, there and everywhere. There's Forzen El Navi set the quickest lap now, and he's beaten the number 88 car with 1:49.423.
Yeah, it's a scorcher, isn't it?
That's quick, to tell you the truth. Oh, the quickest qualifying time was by the ERA number 1 car of Luke Harvey. ERT car, sorry. Luke Harvey and E4, they threw down a 1:48.799. They were the only one to get into a 1:48. But the closest one in qualifying for that time was 7th position. So the lap times have come a lot slower, obviously, as the race goes on. But it just shows how much they put into the cars.
You can see now Luke Harvey, our race leader, is coming through the final corners now to take the checkered flag, and they will take out round 12 here of the Watkins Glen 650. It goes to Evolution Racing Team, and well done to Luke Harvey, Ian Ford on another excellent race and a fantastic result there. Coming home second will be Brian Borg in the Laser Racing Team car, and they come across to take the checkered flag. Then we go down to Michael and Forzen. They're coming through. Now, I won't say it. Wouldn't it be funny if... I'm going to say it. Forzen goes around the outside and takes a win.
Not a win, but a 3rd position. But,
well, it's as good as a win.
Oh, it'd be cool if they could do some sort of formation like ERA did, but it looks like they'll just cross over. Yeah,
so Michael 3rd, Forzen 4th. Matt Stratford comes across. He holds on to 5th in front of Henry King. And that's pretty much your top 6.
Wonderful drive by ERT, Laser, and especially Performance Motorsports with a 3-4-5.
Yeah, it was a great drive, wasn't it? And we can see the rest of the cars, they're all doing donuts at the moment. Ian Bird coming across the line now in 9th position in the 032. Fantastic effort there. and the first of the Redback team cars home. Sean Evans, there's a big crash on the finish line there, and that was that was David Baxter going into the wall.
I'd just like to point out to everyone that you might not have seen as many people getting penalties tonight due to incidents, and I can say there was a fair few people who would have copped a massive amount of penalties. But the reason there was no penalties tonight, race control will be quite a fair bit lenient on it, and they will be point penalties tonight.
Point penalties, okay. You can see Sam Blacklock brought home the 91. This car finished in 16th position as they start doing donuts in the side of Forza Nabi's car. And, okay, we'll go away from that. Not sure if that was payback or not, but we do know Forzan and Sam did come together earlier on lap 2, and Sam ended up rolling the car 6 times down the back straight. So there might be a little bit of angst going on between those two. So, Bailey, before we get into interviews, who do you think drive of the night would go to? Have we got anyone?
Oh, I'd have to say Brian Borg's done a good job tonight, as always, but definitely if I could choose a person who's put on a show tonight, it'd have to be Michael Talon. I'm not going to say it. Michael T. From coming out of nowhere, him and Daniel Trim have shown wonderful efforts tonight and brought home in third.
Yeah, it was definitely a great drive, wasn't it? And we just saw David Ackland getting pushed across the line by, I think it might have been Henry King. So a bit of sportsmanship going there. But yeah, Michael T, we'll call him, fantastic drive tonight. I don't know where they came from. They didn't sort of come across our attention much, did they, until the end there?
Yeah, they started in 13th at the start of the night, Bernie.
So yeah, an excellent drive, I agree. Let's give them drive of the night to the 674 Performance Motorsports Chassis 1 and the last person on the podium. So your podium tonight, folks, is ERT, Luke Harvey and Ian Ford. Brian Borg finished the car for Laser Racing, and then Michael T for Performance Motorsports in third. I'm not sure who their teammates were, though.
So Daniel Trim was with the Performance Motorsports Chassis number 1 with Michael T, and Laser Racing 3. Sorry, let me get their team up. Had Phil Piggott, is that correct?
Yeah, that's how it could be Peugeot, though, I don't know. You know what I'm like with names, I'm hopeless.
Yeah, I'm just as hopeless, I think. And to be honest, I think all 3 Performance Motorsport cars have done quite a good job tonight. Performance Motorsport 2 with Matt Strafford and Braden Bateman come from 26th position to finish 5th tonight, Bernie.
Well, maybe they get drive of the night then.
Yeah, there's quite a possibility. That was a very good drive by those, and especially with the crash in turn 1 earlier on in the race. I think almost you'd have to put it between all 3 of them. They've done a really good job.
Definitely, but as far as the team with the best result, they would have to go to Performance Motorsports Chassis. They've got 3 cars in the top 5, and quite a excellent effort there. ERT home again in first, and then Laser Racing second. So yeah, a good effort there by all of the Performance Motorsports Chassis team.
For sure. Do you want to read off the results?
I guess we should, shouldn't we? So everyone can see where their favourite driver finished, and then we'll go straight into interviews. So Evolution Racing Team 1 takes tonight's win, 12 seconds ahead of Laser Racing 3. Performance Motorsports Chassis 1 comes home in third, 4th and 5th. And Zuva Racing comes home in 6th position. Evolution Racing Team 227 finishes in 7th. PFR Team Kiani 2 comes home in 8th. Redback Racing 032 home in 9th. And rounding out your top 10 is Evolution Racing Team 026.
In 11th was Redback Racing 031 after a brilliant drive today. 12th was Laser Racing 2. 13th was Synergy Sim Racing 1, who come back and finished 13th, obviously, after a crash early on the night. 14th was SDC Motorsports number 028, and 15th was Redback Racing Team 149. 16th was Race on Oz number 91, and 17th was Synergy Sim Racing 3. 18th was the KRF West End Mazda Motorsport entry, and 19th was the SDC Motorsports DHM entry. And rounding out your top 20 for tonight was Stealth Sim Sport 5.
Home in 21st was Progression Racing Australia, 22nd RPR V8, 23rd High Tech Racing HTR 1, KRF MP Custom Motorsports comes home in 24th. Then we have Stealth Sim Sport 4 home in 25th, 26th Stealth Sim Sport 1, 27th PFR Team GTI. We're in the retirements now, folks. Stealth Sim Sport 3 also retired in 28th, 29th Stealth Sim Sport 2, 30th Stealth Sim Sport 6, and then and that was it. So I tell you what, Stealth Sim Sport had a lot of retirements at the end of it.
It was unfortunate to see them all, drop out over time. They had, one still running pretty much, all the other ones for pretty much retirements, unfortunately for them, but hopefully they come back next round and bring all 6 cars back and have another crack.
Yeah, definitely, but we should get into these interviews because it's getting late. Let's bring up Ian Ford, Luke Harvey, our winning car, and I might let you go for this interview.
Welcome Ian and Luke to the RRTV Combox. What a win tonight, guys.
Yeah, cheers, mate. It was a bit of a performance out there. I'm not sure that it was all down to pace entirely. I think a lot of people were having a lot of issues with certain drivers in the field, and just fell into their own ball of bad luck throughout the night.
Yeah, it was a very good drive from both of you there, and it was a massive lead you had at one point of over 1 minute and 10 seconds. And what preparation did you really have coming into this weekend?
Not much really, just did the practice session before the event. Obviously, I think we've got a hell of a car that's set up for the Cup Series, the Cup layout for the official series, and we basically just translated that to add a few more corners. That way it's a bit nicer in the slow speed stuff, and yeah, it just came out all guns blazing and took pole position quite nicely with our 2 cars on the front row, and Luke kept it nice and clean in that first stint, and stayed out of everyone else's business, which was quite good, and set up a absolute stonking section of the race there in about the 2/3 mark, where we're pulling about a second a lap, and after that the safety car came out, and we just basically put our head down, did the same thing, and finally I was managed to get a lap, get a distance where I could actually put Luke Harvey back in the car.
Yeah, you did a wonderful job there, and very sportsman. Not sure how you'd say it exactly, to bring Stratty back. Not Stratty, wrong person. Luke Harvey back into the car for the final. A little bit of a stint there. It was good to see you guys cross the line in first. Luke, you there?
Yo.
How do you find racing up early with Forzan, with the really on in the race, being aggressive? Do you just want to lean by, or are you going to give him a bit of a run for his money for a bit? What are you thinking?
No, you got to pick and choose your battles, especially in these sort of longer races. So I was more than happy to let Forzan pass, because I sort of knew that something would eventually happen driving like that. And if it didn't, we sort of knew, considering that he was the A driver, that we'd claw that gap back later on anyway. So we were happy to dodge the bullet and let it go.
Yeah, well, obviously the results showed for that one is, he come back in 4th position, allowing his teammate to finish 3rd. I'm sure Bernie's got a couple of questions to you guys.
You could definitely do commentating 101 there and ask Luke what he meant by driving like that, but we might leave it.
So what did you mean, Luke, by driving like that?
I think everyone knows what's going on there, but
Sorry,
in,
mate.
in these endurance races, it's not outright speed that always wins the races. I think I look at my job with 40 as keeping the car clean, keep the incident points down, hand the car back to him, and his raw speed just is usually enough to get the job done.
Yeah, it was a fantastic drive. Sorry, I was chatting to the other blokes. That's how good I am at listening to interviews. But no, it was a fantastic drive, and we were sort of commenting early on about those battles and choosing your battles, and we weren't surprised when you just stepped aside and let Forzen through, as did Brenton Hobson, because it's so early in the race. It's no point trashing your cars or going hard at it at that early of the night.
Yeah, exactly right. And especially, like I said, we knew that although Gary had to get in the car, it would have been at the same time as Ian was back in the car, so that gap would have been negated anyway.
Yeah, exactly right. And it was a really interesting strategy the way you guys approached it, where when Ian got in the car, there was a lot of
B drivers in,
and he went forwards. But the thing is, the point I was making, when you guys drive, you look at your lap times, and you're both A drivers. You both lap consistently, where a lot of the other teams, they have a really fast driver, and then the other driver is generally a second or so slower. So that must really bring a lot of strength to you guys.
Yeah, I'm probably not in the same league as Forza, Brenton and Ian, but maybe I'm an A- driver.
I don't know.
He's certainly getting there. He's our sneaky little weapon. So, yeah, it's good to drive with him, and like he said, it's like basically just keep it consistent, keep it clean, and make sure you get through those first couple of stints when everyone's in the mood to try and move up the field and make things happen. And basically, in the back end, it always pays dividends.
Yeah, and I reckon, Luke, you should get a T-shirt made with that. ERT on the back and I'm a sneaky little weapon on the front.
Yeah, rightio.
Now, I've got a question for you guys. I know your team went through a name change, I think, this week. It was ERA. It's now ERT. Is there a reason behind why the team changed their name? I know you're just getting rid of Australia and adding team on.
Yeah, as much as we are proud to be Australians, and definitely show the Euros and Yanks how to actually race cars. It's one of those things where we're now trying to do more international races. We've got the Blancpain series, we've got Riley competing in the Grand Prix series and that sort of thing. So it just basically comes down to the whole we're now a team, trying to move more internationally, and as long as our roots stay in Australia, it's like it's all good and fun. But it's just mainly one of those things where we don't want to be, basically known as that Australian team or anything like that. It's like we want to make our own name and basically bring the Australian spirit to the rest of iRacing.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I was curious about that, so thanks for answering that. As far as looking forward, how is the Blancpain going? Has it started yet? I've just lost track of it.
Yeah, fantastic. They did their first race last weekend on Saturday, and it was Monza. They drove the two McLarens that we've nominated as our cars, and I think it was Ben Smith. God, I can't remember who drove with him. I'm pretty sure it was Riley Preston, Simon Fiegel, and Andrew Carl, and managed to wrap up second and third. And basically we're running with the leader for most of the race, but he was just in a class of his own. But to finish that high up in such a competitive thing was quite an astonishing thing. And this next weekend they're going to Brands Hatch, and it's not really the Mac's favourite playground, but I'm pretty sure they should work their magic again.
Fantastic. Well, that's great, and it's great to see an Australian team up there. I just threw that at you, but no, it's good to see our team up there. You're a good bunch of guys and a great team, so well done.
Yeah, thank you. Back to you, Bernie. I'll start the interview now. How's your injury going? It's good to see you back broadcasting. It was a bit boring on YouTube for a few days, so I started watching like mini documentaries and all those crazy sort of things.
If you think it was boring for you, it was damn boring for me, laid flat on my back for a week. But yeah, I'm back up and about and walking without a limp and going back to see the doctor in a week or so and see where we go from there. But yeah, it's good to be back, that's for sure.
Oh, it sounded nice and positive. We'll have to keep you off the dance floor for a few days until you recover fully. But, other than that, we'll just keep on putting on good shows for you.
Yeah, no worries. Fantastic. Well, thanks for popping in, guys. I'll let you give a shout out to all your sponsors and we'll get to the next interviews.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, GTI. Obviously putting decent springs in our pedals is one of the things that helps us brake amazingly into some of these corners. MPMS racing simulators, Logitech G. Some of the best things in the world come from Logitech, so you should have a look over there and see what you can find. Gel Real Timing for obviously working out our fuel strategy a bit better than it has been worked out the last few weeks, obviously, and I think that pretty much covers a lot.
That was quick. You're actually getting better at it. Have you noticed that? You're starting to polish your speech up a little bit there.
I think I've forgotten someone, but yeah, we'll leave it at that.
The one you did was limited edition. Did you mention them? Are they still with you guys?
That's it. MS limited edition. Obviously, jump over there, have a look around. If you get a chance to donate to try and find a cure for MS, that's definitely one of the main things that you should do in life. Obviously, racing week in, week out, we've got a fairly cruisy life on iRacing, but some people just can't do that. So, trying to improve their quality of life is the main thing.
Definitely. Yeah, no, it's a great cause, that's for sure. And I tell you what, folks, when a team is successful, when the commentator can correct the drivers on the sponsors that they might have missed. That's because I hear it all the time, Ian.
We're not up here that often.
No worries. You're sitting there going, what the hell's he talking about? All right, guys. Well, thanks for popping in. Best of luck with the Blanc Pain. We'll see you probably next week for the V8. I think unless it's a sprint round, which we won't be covering. But, yeah, we'll catch up with you soon.
No worries. Thank you, Bernie.
Thanks, Bernie.
So, folks, our next interview is with Brian Borg and Phil Pickett. They came home in second position. Hi Brian and Phil, welcome to the RRTV Combox and congratulations, second position tonight.
Yeah, thanks Bernie.
Yeah, thanks Bernie.
Looked like you guys were having a really good battle there and the car looked fantastic, it must be said.
Yeah, you can thank Borgie for that one. You got on the Photoshop this week and did some work on it. It looks fantastic. So yeah, as you said, very good.
Yeah, I really like that paint scheme. It really, it looks really professional. Not the other one does too, but it just got a lot of pop to it. So well done on that. I guess the question I've got for you is that move you guys made on the inside of Forzan and Ryan, the 227. And you got in the back of them. It looked like to me, from what we saw, you went for a dive there, and you're a bit surprised, Brian, of where that 227 was. What was your take on it?
Mate, totally the opposite. I was just sticking to my racing line, and because the way there was zigzags going on, and where they broke into the corner, I couldn't. Well, not that I couldn't, because they moved into the corner. I had to take that corner the way I did, and unfortunately, I had a little tap.
Yeah, from the angle we saw it, it looked like when you came in, the angle looked like that car, the one that you hit, took you by surprise a bit. So, yeah, it was a racing incident, but coming in from there, you're pretty much unsighted anyway. But anyway, well done on the race. It was a fantastic result, coming in second, that's for sure, and quite a good performance, because you guys are pretty much working your way through the field in the top 10 all night, weren't you?
Not for the first 40 laps when I had the car. I was doing some bad stuff and getting put down the back of the field because I was poor driving. But once all the safety cars sorted themselves out, and we I think we just got ourselves into the 15th, 10th or something like that around there, and then Borgie did his thing. So
yeah, fantastic. And how did the other car? They came home 12th, I think. The 100.
Yeah. Well, I think we can thank Sean's fault for that one. He had a little bit of a moment up the top, and once the engine blew on the laser car, it was pretty much a recovery from back then. But I think they had a good recovery.
Yeah, they certainly did. That was a nasty accident, wasn't it? We caught that in super slow-mo, and Sean didn't have anywhere to go. They're too wide into the S's there, and unfortunately caught the wall. And as you said, Jason had nowhere to go in the 100, and nor did the 88. So they were both the victims of that big accident.
Yeah, it is, and it's unfortunate for the 88 because, they're up here in the championship, and, with them practically getting taken out, it really gave us, I think we're battling with them with the championship there.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in these endurance races, and things like that can happen. But anyway, before we let you go, Brian and Phil, did you want to give a shout out to all your sponsors?
Sorry, mate, I was having a bit of a snooze. I'd like to thank obviously all the boys at Laser Plumbing and Electrical. So they obviously do a great job giving us some sponsorship on the car. Stephen Richards Motorsport, Push Controls from Snorri Electric, and what's the other one you got? Omega Car Rentals, is that right, Borgie?
Yep.
And thanks to Borgie for setting up the car this week. It was obviously a great job doing that, and also to Jason and Mikey as well, because they a lot of help goes in with the team each week just to get that car set up and running smoothly. So thanks to all the boys.
Yeah, big congrats to Ian and Harvey for their win. Getting sick and tired of seeing that car up there, but anyway, we'll challenge them one day.
Well, I reckon you blokes are getting closer every week, so I want to see you guys on the top step of the podium before the end of this season. No pressure.
Mate, since that first win at Phillip Island, I said to you, Bernie, I'll be back in this into this booth, and we have been. So we're pushing forward.
Certainly are. It's been so long ago, I forgot about that. But yeah, fantastic, Brian. I'm old, so I can be senile and crazy. So anyway, thanks for popping in, guys. It's been a pleasure as always. Well done on tonight's second, and fantastic effort on the paint job and the setup and everything else. It's been a really good evening for you.
Bernie, thank you. And Bailey, I don't know, do you want to talk to us, Bailey, or?
I'm not sure if Bailey's actually here. I think he had to duck off, even though he's got his thing saying there he goes, he's dropped off again.
Very good. I was going to say, Bernie, thanks again for your time tonight. Obviously, I think all the racing community appreciates you putting in each week to broadcast these things. So yeah, from everyone, big thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely, Bernie, man. Well done with getting you all back together. So that's a good thing. Keep your health good.
Yeah, that's the main thing, isn't it? And as long as I can sit in the chair and talk, we'll be right. But we'll see what happens down the track. But anyway, guys, thanks for popping in, and we'll catch up with you next round when you're back up here talking, because you'll be back on the podium again, all right?
That's it.
Thanks, mate.
All right, see you guys.
See you, mate.
Cheers.
Okay, folks, the next person for our interviews is Benjamin Smith and Sam Blacklock in the number 91. This car came home in 16th position. Really strong car, but unfortunately got involved in an incident in lap 1 or 2, and which really put a dampener on their race. Hi Ben and Sam, welcome to the RRTV Combox. Congratulations on the way your cars turned out. It was one of the nicest cars out there tonight. It looked absolutely fantastic. Sam and Ben, commiserations on that first lap incident, I think it was, or second lap incident, which had you guys rolling down the back straight there. It looked like a bit of a nasty accident, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it wasn't the perfect start to the race, but with Sam in the driver's seat, he managed to get us back on the lead lap after we got our lead lap back up to safety car.
Yeah, that was the thing, wasn't it, to get that car back on the lead lap. It took a bit of work, and luckily, well, I thought it was actually a great move, getting the wave around Sam, putting in that hot lap and having enough time to still pit the car made a huge difference to the way you guys attacked the rest of the night.
Yeah, the car was pretty good tonight. It looked after its tyres well, and I don't know, we got lucky with the wave rounds, like Ben said, and yeah, I tell you what though, a lot of motion sickness from that lap 1 crash, I tell you.
Yeah, it was full on, and we had a look at it on the replay. It looked like you had a bit of a coming together there with the Performance Motorsport car, which sort of turned you across the road into the wall. Is that how you saw it? It's probably just a racing incident from what we could tell.
Yeah, I think it was a bit unnecessary from Forzone, but hey, it's racing, it happens. But yeah, it definitely could have been avoided. But you know, I think there's still a lot of positives to take out of tonight. You know, we got the car back up to 10th after the first wave around while we were still a lap down, so we were still technically 30th. And then we did pretty much the same again after the next wave around. Unfortunately, we had someone who was a lap down on us locked a rear into turn 1 and took us out and actually put us a lap down again. And we came back through, got back on the lead lap after another wave around. And yeah, we just fought back from there, did what we could. But then unfortunately with a few laps to go, we were fighting for a top 10. And someone had a bit of a moment in front of us and swerved into our car, done some pretty bad damage to it. So we lost a few positions there, but hey, there was still a lot of positives to take out of it.
Yeah, definitely. At one point we were watching you and you guys were pretty much doing the same speed as the lap times as the leader was. And I think you were the only other car doing that at the time. So you definitely had the car, you definitely had the setup, you just didn't have the luck tonight. But that'll definitely come to you another night, that's for sure.
And it was real good by Sam. He was at most points, I think, at about 10 laps there through his stint. 10 laps straight, he's a second faster than the whole field, coming back through the pack while passing people. The setup in the car was really good, and the fact that it could make me look like I'm top 5 pace, it was an excellent setup from my point of view.
Yeah, fantastic. No, the setup looks really good. The car looks stable. The paint job looked fantastic. You just needed a bit better luck. But coming home 16th, it could have been a hell of a lot worse. And you're the last car on the lead lap. So well done to get through all that adversity and still come home in the top 20.
Thanks, Bernie. Interesting race, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. But before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to all your sponsors and people that have backed your car tonight?
Yeah, right here. Basically, got all our sponsors from the Race on Oz forums: Pagnian, Selby, Gainsman, Ignition, High Tech, and Turtle Beach. Along with one of our drivers, company DG Creations, who creates a mobile phone games. And also, I have to thank Madison Down and TTR for letting me steal Sam on a Friday night.
Fantastic. How do you like being stolen, Sam?
I don't mind it. It's good to still be back here with Ben. You know, we've been mates for a long time, so it's really great that TTR let me come back and race with them every now and then. and hope to do it more.
Fantastic. Well done once again, guys, and we'll catch up with you blokes possibly next week. I'm not sure where we're going for the next round of the AOSC.
Yeah, I can't help you there. I'll have to have a look at that after the race.
Yeah, no worries. All right, guys. Well, thanks for popping in. 12:30, getting late, and I'll let you guys go and get some well-earned rest.
Thanks, Bernie.
Thanks, Bernie.
Okay, guys, we've got our final interview for tonight, and that is Forzen El Nabi and Braden. Not sure, is that Braden Bateman?
Correct. This is what I've been organising, Bernie.
Okay, well, you can interview them then.
Alrighty, I've got one more coming. Can you just give me 2 seconds?
I'm worried. What have you got planned? You got that mischievous tone. Are you going to get them all up to sing a duet or something, are you?
Alrighty. Here we go, bring them all up.
Okay.
Welcome, boys, to the RRT Combox.
Hey guys, how are we doing?
Yeah, doing very well, thank you. Very good drive tonight, boys. 3, 4, 5.
Yep, really happy with the team. 3, 4 and 5, so yeah, we're pretty stoked with that. Considering we didn't really do much practice, so to come away with a result like that is pretty good for all of us. So yeah, pretty stoked.
Yeah, you're very quick tonight, Forzen, and then when Gary, am I correct?
Yep.
Gary jumped in the car, he was good enough to hold that top 5 position, and then you jumped back in the car, and unfortunate, just the way the fuel seemed to work out, you dropped back a little bit, but you're definitely on the road for a top 2 position.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we did stuff up the fuel there quite a bit, but yeah, I mean, take nothing away from Gary. He did a really good job, and yeah, he just kept the car clean and consistent. So he just put it in for me, and yeah, I mean, I did my best to push, but yeah, I mean, all we got was the fastest lap of the race. But yeah, I mean, it's alright. It's all good.
Yeah, and Braden, you and Draddy there today, starting way back in over 20th position of coming home in 5th, battling with the Supercar at the end there. How'd your race end up?
It was pretty exciting, to be honest. Finishing that high up in the field, I never would have thought, but it was great. That was my first top 5, and I owe everything to Stratty. He got us there, and when I got in the car, he already had it in 3rd, and I tried my best to hold it, and I did for a while, and some stuff happened on the restart, but other than that, yeah, it was great. Finally be up that far up in the field was really good.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about that incident. Was it turn 1, correct?
Yeah, David Baxter threw it down the inside and had a bit of contact. Sent me back a few places.
Oh, that's right. That's the one where he rode the curb. Yes, I do remember speaking of that one with Bernie. Yeah, that was a very unfortunate one, but he just couldn't get control of that one as much as you'd expect to. Also, welcome Danny to the Combox.
Thanks, Bailey. I'd like to thank the broadcaster. Excellent job done again tonight. I was watching as we were racing along.
Yeah, you guys definitely did well done today, and congratulations again. Mike, you've done a wonderful job tonight, mate, and a good finish to that race.
Yes, mate, yeah. Tried my best to keep it clean and good, fast, consistent laps, but I was held up a little bit at the start, but made our way there at the end.
Yeah, I was going to say, you and Danny were a little bit of an underdogs tonight, and you weren't really shown much on the field. You seemed to... little silent ninjas, we could call you guys. We didn't really know about you guys almost the last 20 laps. I mentioned Danny a couple times, but when you were in the car at the start, you weren't really mentioned as much as... But you guys definitely did come back and do a good drive.
It definitely went well. I was going to try for a bit of a fuel saver strategy that might have got us right up there at the end, but didn't quite work out, couldn't get the numbers right.
Yeah, you guys definitely did a good job, and getting late at the moment, and I'm sure Bernie's got stuff to do, and I've got a couple of things I've got to do. Would you guys like to thank any sponsors?
Yeah, look, I'd like to thank WP Concreting, HRS and MF Race Art for the support that they've given us this season. And I'd also like to thank all the drivers. We've had such a stellar weekend this weekend, with Stratty also getting third place in the All-Star event just last night. The team has just come from leaps and bounds.
Yeah, the team's definitely risen over the last few weeks, especially in the AOSC. We've seen you guys' names a lot more, and that's great to see. It's great to see you guys contending your big dogs like ERT and Laser and Synergy, and you guys are getting known just like those guys now.
Yes, and considering we're a relatively still young team, I think we've surprised quite a few people with the results that we have achieved in such a short time.
Yeah, you guys have picked up some very nice young drivers along the way, and they're definitely showing their skill, just like Braden today and everyone else in Forza, and obviously with his quick speed that comes out of nowhere, and we're surprised about it.
Oh, look, we like to pride ourselves on noticing these drivers with potential and then bringing them through the field, such as Luis Gallon, who recently joined TTR.
Yes, did see that recently. And before you go, Bernie, have you got any questions for the boys?
Yeah, mainly congratulations, guys. It's a big effort. We voted you guys as the overall the strongest team tonight as far as your results went, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Says a lot about the quality of your drivers and the way you set up your cars and the way you approach it. So congratulations on that. As far as drive of the night goes, we were torn between the 674 and the 41, mainly because of how far through the field both of those came. So we made that a draw, so you got drive of the night for 2 of your cars and the winningest team for the night as well, if you could say, if that's the right way of saying it. So well done.
Thank
you very much.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Now, fastest lap, you also get that Forzen with your car did a 1:49.424, so you also get the fastest lap.
Yep, the pace was really good tonight. But yeah, I mean, like I said before, we just stuffed up a bit with the fuel. But I mean, yeah, pace was there. So, I mean, we can look forward to next round, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. Next week we go to VIR for the VIR 150. So that'll be on RRTV, folks. So that should be fun. 28 laps by the looks of it around VIR full.
Awesome, hope to see you there.
Awesome.
Yeah, we'll be doing our thing up here as always.
Sounds like a plan. We'll see all the viewers and yourself there next week.
Definitely.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for popping in, guys. It's a real pleasure to have a chat with you all, and a really good effort by Performance Motorsports, and we look forward to catching up with you all next week.
Thanks, Bernie. You have a fantastic
Thanks,
week.
Bernie.
A good one.
So, Bailey, we're getting to the end of tonight, and another big long race over and done with. We've got the VIR 150 next week. That's going to be a shorter night for us, 28 laps. You should be able to do that by yourself, I reckon.
Oh, I wish I could, but I've got to always have you by my side, Bernie.
Yeah, well, hopefully next week we'll have Daniel back, and then we might get you and Daniel to call that race, and I'll do the camera work, and we'll see how we go with that. And unfortunately, folks, Daniel couldn't make it tonight because he had some work emergencies he had to deal with, but hopefully we'll have him back in the booth next Friday night.
Yeah, it'll be great to see Daniel back in the booth. He's always a great team member here in the com box, and he does a wonderful job when he did the pit lane commentary for us a couple of weeks ago, and I can't wait to see him back up here commentating next week.
Yeah, definitely. And as far as racing the rest of the week goes, folks, we'll be back here Sunday night. Myself and Kevin Henderson, we're going to be calling the Australian Super Skips, and that's a new race series. Have been running it for a season, getting great results and getting a good following. So we'll be proud to be broadcasting that every Sunday night from now on. And then, of course, Monday nights is the Skip Barber Monday Night Lights. So we'll also be broadcasting that. But until then, folks, it's a good night from us. But before we go, Bailey, thanks for joining me tonight. I hope you had a great time, and I know it was a bit rough earlier on trying to get all our computers sorted, but hopefully you've had an enjoyable evening with us.
Yeah, I have. Thank you very much, Barry. It's always a pleasure being here, and it's I do thank you for letting me coming into the box and commentate for you.
It wouldn't be the same without you, mate. So you've got to be up here, and yeah, it's always a pleasure calling them. But also, folks, thanks for joining us tonight. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast, and a special thanks to all the viewers that join us in the chat room. You guys really make these broadcasts with the information you provide us and the friendly banter. But until next Friday night, folks, on behalf of Bailey Hall, I'm Bernie Weemers. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you have a good evening. Good night.